in our respective fields. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the presenters, keynote speakers, session chairs, and volunteers who have contributed their time, expertise, and passion to make this conference possible. Their dedication and commitment to the research and to the advancement of the fields are truly commendable. Also, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to all the attendees, and I wish you your enriching and inspiring experiences throughout this two-day conference. Now, let us begin our conference. The conference consists of several sessions. I am the moderator to take care of the entire event, and each session has an assigned moderator with expertise in the session. After the first session ends, we will have a lunch at Grand Ballroom until 1 p.m. At 1 p.m., the second session starts. Before the first session starts, let me introduce Professor Young-Yeol Park, President for Association of Asian Social Science Research Council, and also President for Korean Social Science Research Council. Emeritus Professor Young-Yeol Park is going to give opening remarks. Please welcome him.
Distinguished professors, scholars, and audiences, I extend my sincere gratitude for your valuable participation in the 25th Biennial General Conference of the Association of Asian Social Science Council. I am Young-Yeol Park, Emeritus Professor of Yonsei School of Business. I have the honor of holding positions of President of Korean Social Science Research Council, AASSREC, and the Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils, AASSREC. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that we commence the 25th Biennial General Conference of the Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils in Seoul, Korea. This conference holds significant importance as it marks the international commemoration of the AASSREC's 50th anniversary, having been established in 1973. Notably, it brings me immense joy to host AASSREC General Conference once again in Korea, after a span of 25 years since the first conference took place in Korea, 1999. Above all, I extend my heartfelt congratulations and gratitude for the opportunity to hold this face-to-face conference, which signifies a momentous occasion following the end of challenging period by COVID-19 pandemic. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all esteemed members of the Association of Asian Social Science Council, AASSREC, from 15 countries abroad. Your presence, both in person and virtually, is truly appreciated. Additionally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the former president of Korean Social Science Research Council, current members of AASSREC, including 15 academic associations in social sciences in Korea, the Korean Federation of Humanities and Social Science, esteemed professors and experts in the field of social science around the world. I would also like to extend my thanks to President Sung-Han Seo of Yonsei University as well as all professors and students in attendance today. Your contributions and presence greatly enrich this conference. The General Conference will be hosted by 3 organizations: the Korean Social Science Research Council, AASSREC, the Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils, AASSREC, the National Research Council for Economic, Humanities, and Social Science, NRC. The Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs is organizing this significant international conference. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Haegu Jung, Chairman of the National Research Council for Economic, Humanities, and Social Sciences, and Tasu Lee, President of Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs, for their invaluable support in making this conference possible. Additionally, I extend my heartfelt appreciations to Vice President Fleur Jans and Trinuk, as well as Michelle Bruce, the Secretary General of the Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils, for their contributions and assistance in organizing these precious events. The conference has made the momentous decision to center the theme around social sciences in Asia, past, present, and future, with the aim of commemorating the 50th anniversary of Association of ASEAN Social Science Councils and engaging in insightful discussions on pivotal role of social science in Asia. I would like to express deep thanks to 2 keynote speakers, Hyun-jin Im, Emeritus Professor of Seoul National University and the former President of Korean Social Science Research Council, and Pinis Chattalangji, Regional Advisor of Social Science and Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO. I extend my profound gratitude to the esteemed presenters, moderators, discussants. Through the presentations, we intend to delve into comprehensive assessment of the role of social sciences in Asia over the past 50 years and shed light on its significance in navigating the complex challenges that we characterize our year of great transformation. I firmly believe that the year 2030 will herald the rise of Asia. We hold the conviction that Asia not only stands as a focal point of global economy, but also serves as an epicenter of growth. While technological advancement fueled global development under the first industrial revolution, it is imperative for social science to firmly establish itself as the bedrock of new and ethically sound progress. Within this era of the first industrial revolution, humanity finds itself confronted with unforeseen challenges that arise from growth rather than being mere opportunity for advancement. The global Asian era may indeed offer opportunity to the world by 2030, yet it may also present greater crises that this conference crisis than even impact of COVID-19. Therefore, it is my sincere hope that this conference will serve as a platform to collectively discuss and prepare for the future opportunities and challenges that await Asia, while also leading the ways in advancing technological progress. The conference is scheduled to take place on June 14th and 15th, and it presents an excellent opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions on a wide range of agendas with esteemed members of Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils. In doing so, I honestly hope that the Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils will seize this occasion to collectively prepare for the next 50 years alongside its esteemed members, thus ensuring prosperous future. Once again, please accept my heartfelt congratulations on successfully hosting 25th Biennial General Conference, and my sincere gratitude to each and every participant who contributed to its success. Lastly, I would like to express my profound appreciation to Dean Yeonol Lee, Chairman of Organizing Committee of this wonderful conference, and the dedicated members of Organizing Committee of Korean Social Science Research Council for their tireless efforts in diligently preparing for this conference over an extended period of time. In addition, I would like to express deep thanks to all the corporate sponsors to make this conference possible. I extend my warm wishes for a delightful June under the radiant sun in Seoul, Korea. I hope you have a wonderful time at Yonsei campus, renowned as one of the most beautiful campuses in the world. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. Let's go together to make a better Asia and a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, President Park, for your opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, next we also have a very important guest. It's my honor to introduce the distinguished individual who will be delivering the welcoming remarks for our conference. This esteemed guest holds a prominent position in our field and has been instrumental in fostering collaboration, innovation, and progress. Our guest is Dr. Haegu Chung, Chairman at National Research Council. He is renowned since he has been devoted to the support of social science research. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome Chairman Chung.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 경제인문사회연구회 이사장 정혜구입니다. 아시아 태평양 국가 간의 사회과학 분야 연구회 및 연구소들의 협의체인 아시아 사회과학 협의회는 2년마다 국제 컨퍼런스를 개최해 왔는데 이번 25차 컨퍼런스는 한국의 서울에서 개최하게 되었습니다. 더구나 1973년에 설립된 아시아 사회과학 협의회는 올해로서 50주년을 맞게 되는데 이번 컨퍼런스는 50주년 기념의 의미도 같습니다. 그런 점에서 오늘 14일부터 16일까지 3일간에 걸쳐 진행될 아시아 사회과학 협의회 국제 컨퍼런스 서울 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 아시아 사회과학 협의회 미셸 브루스 사무국장님과 제1 부회장님이신 플레어 존소 교수님, 그리고 한국사회과학 협의회 박영렬 회장님과 이현우 조직위원장님과 관계자 여러분들이 이번 국제 컨퍼런스 준비에 많은 수고를 해주셨습니다. 감사드립니다. 또한 오늘 장소 협조를 해주신 서승환 연세대 총장님께도 감사드립니다. 한편 이번 국제 컨퍼런스에는 14개국 회원국 사회과학 협의회와 2개국 옵저버 협의회에서 약 200여 명이 참여할 예정인데 이 모든 분들의 참여를 환영합니다. 이번 국제 컨퍼런스의 주제는 아시아 사회과학의 과거, 현재 그리고 미래입니다. 설립 50주년 컨퍼런스에 아주 적합한 주제라 생각합니다. 하지만 이 주제가 다뤄야 할 범위는 시간적으로, 공간적으로 매우 광범위한 것 같습니다. 따라서 이번 컨퍼런스에서는 아시아 태평양 지역 각국의 사회과학이 갖는 특성과 다양성을 확인하는 한편 이 지역 사회과학의 공통적인 문제가 무엇인지를 확인하는 것도 필요하지 않을까 생각합니다. 우선 아시아 태평양 지역의 각국은 냉전 시대와 탈냉전 이후 자유무역 시대를 거쳐왔고 앞으로도 이른바 탈세계화 또는 신냉전 등으로 지칭되는 국제질서 변화의 새로운 상황을 헤쳐나가야 할 것입니다. 그렇다면 이러한 시대 변화 속에서 이 지역 각국의 사회과학은 어떤 문제를 중심으로 발전해 왔고 앞으로 어떤 문제를 중심으로 발전해 나갈 것인지에 대해 논의할 필요가 있을 것입니다. 다음으로 아시아 태평양 지역 국가들은 그들이 직면하는 공통적인 문제들에 대해서도 관심을 기울일 필요가 있지 않을까 합니다. 더구나 세계 경제의 중심이 점차 이 지역으로 이동하고 있는 상황에서 그것은 더더욱 중요한 일입니다. 따라서 아시아 사회과학은 이러한 문제들에 대해서도 많은 연구와 논의를 제공해 주어야 할 것입니다. 사실 아시아 사회과학은 원래 그것이 시작된 서양의 사회과학을 바탕으로 발전한 경우가 많습니다. 따라서 사회과학의 이론과 각국의 처한 현실 간의 괴리가 발생하는 경우도 많을 것입니다. 따라서 그 괴리를 어떻게 좁힐 것인가의 문제도 현실적으로 존재합니다. 아무튼 이번 아시아 사회과학 협의회의 국제 컨퍼런스에서는 이상과 같은 여러 문제들에 대해 풍성한 논의가 이루어질 수 있기를 바랍니다. 그리고 그것이 아시아 사회과학이 한 단계 더 발전할 수 있는 계기가 되기를 바랍니다. 끝으로 이번 국제 컨퍼런스에 참여해 주신 모든 분들의 안녕과 건강을 빕니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Chairman Jung, for the welcoming remarks. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to introduce our next esteemed speaker, who will be delivering a set of congratulatory remarks for our conference. This individual is a true leader in the field and has made significant contributions to health and social affairs. Today, I am privileged to have President Tae-Soo Lee with us. He will be sharing the thoughts and congratulatory remarks for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome our esteemed guest, President Tae-Soo Lee.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Korea in this conference. 한국보건사회연구원의 원장 이태수입니다. 올해로 50번째를 맞이하는 AASSRC, Association of Asian Social Science Research Council과 한국사회과학협의회 그리고 경제인문사회연구회가 공동 주최하는 이 컨퍼런스를 저희 한국보건사회연구원 키아사가 오가나이저로 역할하게 되어 매우 영광이고 기쁘게 생각합니다. 사실 인류의 장대한 역사로 볼 때 18세기 이전까지는 아시아 대륙이 경제적인 측면이나 문화와 사상의 측면에서 중심적 역할을 해왔습니다. 그러나 19세기 유럽의 산업혁명 등장과 함께 대륙별 총 GDP 수준을 아시아가 유럽에게 내준 이래 200여 년간 세계 역사의 주역은 유럽을 중심으로 움직여 나갔습니다. 그동안 아시아 대륙의 많은 국가들은 식민지 경험과 국내 독재, 냉전 이데올로기의 갈등 속에서 많은 시련을 겪어왔지만 이제 다시 경제적, 정치적 위상 그리고 심지어 문화적 위상까지 드높이고 있습니다. 물론 지금은 지구가 하나이고 한 나라의 시민이 아니라 세계 시민의 의식을 가져야 하며 평화와 연대, 협력이 필요한 세계화 시대, 글로벌 시대입니다. 그러므로 아시아가 패권주의와 국가 간 치열한 경쟁을 지향하며 살아가야 한다는 발상은 시대착오적이며 바람직하지 않습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 세계 자본주의 체제와 초강대국 중심 시대가 지속되는 시점에서 아시아적 가치와 아시아적 발전 경로를 찾아 이를 통해 궁극적으로 세계 시민 모두가 자유와 평등, 평화의 가치 속에 인간답게 살 수 있도록 하는 것은 매우 중요한 일입니다. 여기에 아시아 사회과학 학자들의 사명이 있어야 하며 그렇기에 AASSRC의 역할도 더 커져야 한다고 생각합니다. 저희 키아사는 AASSRC와 마찬가지로 52여 년이 넘는 역사를 가지고 있습니다. 또한 200명이 넘는 연구자가 사회정책을 만들어내기 위해 불철주야 연구하는 기관입니다. 세계적으로도 그 규모나 역사 면에서 뒤떨어지지 않는 사회과학계의 싱크탱크라고 자부하고 있습니다. 한국이 과거와 현재에 이르기까지 복지국가를 향한 여정이 어떠했으며 이제 포스트 코로나 시대에 어떤 길을 가야 하는지에 대해서 저희 키아사는 많은 연구 성과를 만들어내고 있습니다. 앞으로 아시아의 사회과학 학자들과 이를 나누고 교류하기를 원합니다. 이를 통해 아시아 각국의 발전과 인류의 발전에 기여하고자 저희 키아사도 더욱 노력하겠습니다. 모쪼록 성공적인 컨퍼런스가 이루어지고 이를 통해서 아시아 각국에서 오신 많은 사회과학자 여러분들의 지적 영감과 학문적인 열정을 북돋는 데 기여하는 컨퍼런스가 되기를 바람하지 않습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, President Lee, for the congratulatory remarks. Dear ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed into the next keynote speech session, we are going to have a short group photo time. So please all attendees come up to the stage. 어려운 이름. 그거 말고 알아. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we are having a keynote speech time. It's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed keynote speakers for the conference. We are honored to have with us today the individuals who have made significant contributions to the field of social sciences and have been a driving force in shaping the direction of research and scholarship. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Hyunjin Lim, Emeritus Professor at Seoul National University. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's with my great pleasure, and I invite Dr. Lim to give a warm round of applause to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker. Emeritus Professor Hyunjin Lim, please come to the stage.
포인터.
이걸로 하시면 돼요. 그리고 여기서 PPT가 나올 거예요.
여기가 오케이. 안녕하십니까. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really nice to meet you in person. I have engaged in AASSREC meeting for more than 10 years, and today I find more new friends than old friends. You know, we have survived the more than 3 years of the COVID pandemic. That is unprecedented in history, volatile in nature, and unfinished yet. So it is right time to reflect upon what the Asia has faced and what social science should do in the future. I know that we have the many preeminent scholars here, and I'm flattered to be invited to speak a keynote. I'm deeply honored and privileged. So my thanks go to President Park of the AASSREC for his kind invitation. What I'm going to talk about today is the changing geopolitical and geoeconomic landscape of post-pandemic Asia. Let me briefly outline my presentation today. I'm going to read the theoretical globalization that is being discussed. Then I'll concern with the changing global trends that is disrupted. Thirdly, I'll try to find out the implication for regional community building in East Asia. Then I'll conclude, okay? Long time ago, Mr. McNair, who was then a deputy editor of The Economist, he talked about the coming of Pacific century, following the British and American century. And there is no doubt that right now we see the power transition from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from Europe to Asia. And we have the United States and China hegemonic competition. Right now, Asia is creating a new history as the most dynamic region in the world. You know, Japan, the post-modernizer, 4 dragons of Korea, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, and 5 tigers, the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, and so, and India, China and India. So, rise of Asia suggests the Asia as an alternative to Western modernity. But we have to accomplish it. More humane, just, democratic, and co-friendly development. You know that in Asia, we have not only developed countries, but the developing and also underdeveloped countries. So there is not only single Asia, there are rather multiple Asias. So social science should play a role in making Asia more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. You can see the picture that the still United States economy is big, okay? And the United States and EU, European Union combined, is larger than Asia, okay? During the COVID pandemic, you know, the US-China trade war has become a hegemonic power struggle, leading to the so-called new Cold War, along with the war in Ukraine. I don't want to dwell on the Thucydides trap the Professor Ellison talked about. When I was a graduate student at Harvard, he was a professor there. He's many years senior to me, and he's still teaching as a retired professor. Anyway, if Asia could separate itself and the antagonistic confrontation between the United States and China, it would give a disruption in the working of global value chain with globalization backlash. The ongoing attempts to build regional community building, such as the RCEP and CPTPP, will also face difficulty that has an important bearing on the present world economy and international relations. You can see, COVID pandemic changed a lot, you know, not only the world, but our lives, okay? You can see. And much has been said of the end of global value chain, but there is a disruption, but not the end. It is beginning to reorganize right now. Professor Ellison predicts that China will surpass United States in a few years. Interesting. The figure shows us the complex relations of some Asian countries with the United States and China. You know, most of Asian countries are squeezed between the United States and China. Take an example, South Korea. In the name of the strategic ambiguity, Korea tried to tread the tricky path between the United States and China. But right now, South Korea moved right side, got it. So, you know, China these days officially blame Korea, South Korea. Very interesting and important implication. Okay. You know, in the process of the globalization, the grandiose idea of the global village has turned out to be awful reality of global pillage. Globalized markets and weakened sovereignty have provoked mounting public discontents and political fragmentation. You know, not only in Europe, but in Latin America and also in Asian countries, we can see that politics goes to extreme. There emerges not only right side, but left side, extreme right and extreme right of the populism. I don't want to get into detail right now. It is right time, I think, to pay attention to an integrative reglobalization rather than disintegrative deglobalization to improve equality and to revitalize democracy. And I would say globalization is right now becoming dualized in terms of global value chains. One led by the United States and the other derived by China. Okay, let's move on to changing global value chains. What is global value chain? It refers to the global production network organized closely by the supply chains. So you usually supply chains rather than global value chains. Actually, I didn't like the global value chain approach. It's because it was lacking of the state-society relationship. Especially, it does not closely analyze the class relationships. But these days, I found that GBC approach is very effective in explaining the Asia's industrial upgrading and catching up West by participating in global value chain. Asia, some of the Asian countries have succeeded, okay? It refers to the institution leading, there would be a leading firm like the multinationals, Samsung or Apple, okay? And it is organizationally fragmented, like from R&D to end use, and geographically is dispersed, okay? So it is interesting to point out that each stage of the GBC, for example, R&D, assembling, sales and marketing, capture a different value, okay? So, for example, China began with the assembling, but right now they are making their own brand name, electronics, okay? Anyway, amid hegemonic competition between the United States and China, the United States has since 2018 imposed various trade restrictions against China that culminate in strong sanctions against electronics, batteries, and semiconductors for national security reasons. Okay, I'll skip this. That's my book on mobile Asia. I applied the GBC approach to, telecommunication, cell phones. So I try to compare the Korea, China, Taiwan, and Japan. Okay, it's co-authored with my colleague Jungu Lee. Okay. Right now, the United States will try to isolate China from global production network by applying strict sanctions and tariff barriers, while China has responded to adopt double circulation strategy that makes use of its own large internal market and Southeast Asian countries. And United States has induced Japan, Australia, and India to influence over Southeast Asian countries by initiating the so-called India-Pacific strategy. It has already constructed AUKUS with Australia and United Kingdom, and Quad with Japan, Australia, and India. And they asked Korea to join to enforce the encircling net against China. Then, what should we do? What would we do in this, the disruption of the global value chain? There are four scenarios. And I would think that Asian GBC would be bifurcated between the United States and China. So there will be a friend-shoring strategy will be upon the most of Asian countries like Korea. Okay. Okay, then I'd like to get some implications. Reglobalization after pandemic would proceed to dualize between the United States and China. As I told you already, the US tries to maintain its leading position in the existing capitalist system, while China wants to replace the US as a new leader of the world socialist system. One Belt One Road is more than a future world plan based on economic gains and security reasons. It is implicitly aimed at building a new world socialist system as an alternative present world capitalist system. You know, Professor Wang Yi at Tsinghua University, he's a leading ideologue of the OBOR, and I met him and I asked him. In his writing, he talked about the coming of the world socialist system. So is that right? You believe that he was modest at the time. But I think China has a dream of the, 중국몽, China dream. And they want to replace the present world system, capital system, with another system that would be socialist or capitalist, or mixed system, led by China. Okay. Very arguable. Okay. Right now, China has succeeded in launching regional comprehensive economic partnership agreement in 2022, while the United States is not ready to rejoin CPTPP, I mean comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership after Trump withdrew in 2017. As an East Asian-based trade bloc, China initiated RCEP and Japan-led CPTP might compete with each other amid US-China trade war. And one more important thing is that United States now tries to set up the so-called Indo-Pacific economic framework to contain China's economic expansion in South Asia. So there would be, you can see the existing, some of the important, trade blocs. APEC is almost dormant, and ASEAN is very active, very active. Then they would appear, they would emerge new regional blocs like the RCTPP, RCEP, and Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Okay, compared together, RCEP is larger than CPTPP, but the latter is more open and liberalized. And if IPEF is established, then IPEF is would be larger than RCEP, and more liberalized, would be liberalized. Very interesting. Okay, I'll make a conclusion. I can differentiate the role of social scientists between priest and prophet. The priest provides technical knowledge for maintenance of status quo, and prophet concerns with ideological doctrine for changing existing order. To be honest, I was keen on the latter, prophet, become prophet for revolutionary change. But these days, as I'm getting old, I must humble because I have a senior professor like Professor Wang is here, but I would confess that I think I'm now leaving, revolutionary idea of changing status quo, getting conservative, liberal conservative. Okay, so I'd like to go beyond the distinction between the prophet and priest. I'm following the recommendations by International Social Science Council. International Social Council, that is the highest academic organization composed of natural science and social sciences. And you can see they define not only social science but nature science as a global public good. So I'd like to approach social science as a global public good. So we have to focus on science, policy, society interface. But we should be very careful, since there is anti-policy, anti-science atmosphere in society, since general public do not trust government or scientists. Policy is often manipulated, distorted for the benefits of elites, and the science is also partial and not objective for the sole use of government. So I would say that the practice of science must be inclusive, equitable, and impartial as much as possible. Okay, Asia has been confronted with multiple societal issues that are different from each other across the nations, such as climate change, energy transition, carbon neutrality, pandemic, supply chains, decreasing fertility rate and aging, water exhaustion, food shortage, health and hygiene, and so on. I'd like to propose the consolidation of the knowledge sharing and capacity building and science policy translation for the durability of future regional cooperation. So AASSREC has an important mission to do in the future. That's what I'd like to conclude today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lim, for your great keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker. We are honored to have Finis Chathalansi with us. This valuable speaker is a regional advisory at UNESCO. Due to the geographic constraint, Finis is meeting us through Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Finis.
Good morning, everybody. Can the technicians confirm that you can hear me? I'm just waiting for a sign to confirm that you can hear me so that I can start. All right. Good morning, everybody. It is my great pleasure and honor to be with you today, online, unfortunately, as I cannot be with you in Seoul. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and especially Association of Asian Social Science Research Council, AASSREC, Professor Park, President of AASSREC, but also my colleague Michelle Bruce. Thanks so much for accommodating me into this particular session, opening this very, very important general conference of AASSREC. Professor Kwok, Professor Jung, and Professor Lee as well from Korean Social Social Science Research Council, the Korean National Research Council, but also the Korean Institute for Health and Social Affairs. Allow me to congratulate all of you for hosting this very, very important event that is gathering and mobilizing all the enlightened minds of Asia conducting social science research to be with us. And I would say that this is precisely the kind of coalition for change that UNESCO is willing to build and consolidate as we move forward. For me, representing UNESCO today, it gives me a feeling of a big family reunion because ASREC and UNESCO has a very intertwined and very organic relationship since ASREC was founded during the General Conference of UNESCO back in 1973. So it gives me a great pleasure to be back in the family with you to talk about the past, present, and future of social science in Asia. My point today is to talk about the obsolescence, what I call the rapid obsolescence program in which we are living in our societies today, and see, just as Professor Lim has just said earlier, how the social sciences are called upon to really help us move forward. My point is to say and to state what is very obvious is that in Asia, with the philosophical tradition and religious tradition, we all know that everything is impermanent. Nothing is permanent. And with the recent decades of excitement around economic expansion, rapid growth, accelerated development, many societies in Asia and many Asian populations seems to have forgotten about this impermanence of nature and environment. And even more so now, I can even go further in saying that we seem to live in a world of obsolescence, meaning that this impermanence is even programmed. We know from the start that whatever we embark in is programmed to be obsolescent in a very short period of time. You can take some examples. First example is new technologies of information, new technologies in the medical field. Everything sounds like an innovation today, but we well know that everybody is already developing new technologies that will make the current one irrelevant in a very short moment in time. This is the program obsolescence that we are living in today, and this is why everybody is so excited and investing money in innovations across the board, all over the place, because we know that if we don't innovate technologically, we will be left aside as irrelevant. Second example, growth versus limited resources. We also know that the kind of model of development and growth that Asians have experienced so far is programmed to be obsolescent in the face of the limited resources, natural resources, and environmental degradation, global change, weather, climate change that we experience. So even growth and tigers, Professor Lim, in Asia, tigers are also programmed to be obsolescent in a very short time ahead of us. And we have to get prepared for that. Last example is the human nature or human being itself. With the biomedical technologies now, the humans have become able to change our genes, our very genes, to really modify our genetic heritage. And here again, it is a kind of programmed obsolescence of the conception of human nature that we seem to have over the centuries. So these three examples just to show that we are living in a world of rapid obsolescence as we move along. Therefore, what remains really with us as human beings is our intellectual capacity to do what? To understand the problems with a new light, to really seize and analyze and unpack the problems that we are facing today in a new light. To take distance and critical distance by mobilizing our memory or our history So this is the intellectual capacity that will never cease to be relevant to understand the problems, to analyze them and take distance from them, learning from history and learning from memory, and therefore learning also from our indigenous knowledge system. And the third capacity is to formulate hypotheses or alternatives to make sure that we don't believe that the future is a doomed fatality. So this is to say that in the face of the obsolescence that we are facing, what remains in our control is to invest in our intellectual ability to remain agile with understanding, taking critical distance, and formulating new alternatives and hypotheses. Dear colleagues and friends, to us, UNESCO, we do believe that this is the particular strength of the social sciences, but also of the humanities, to train our mind to always be agile in reinventing, in unpacking the new problems that we are facing, and to train those skills into our young generations moving forward, because they will be living in a world of of really extreme complexities, as Professor Lim has highlighted, and therefore we need the social sciences, the humanities, to really guard us from being too excited about what will be obsolescent in a very short moment in time. Therefore, to conclude, I'd like to reiterate UNESCO's readiness and eagerness to partner with all of you through AASSREC network to build the narrative, the new narratives around the importance of social sciences and humanities, to build a case with practical models where you can show and we can show together the science policy nexus, the science society interface, building that case to build the practical good practice, good cases, and lastly, to build the coalition moving forward with ASREC, with you. But also, I'd like to mention that in November, the government of South Korea has approached UNESCO to partner in organizing the World Humanities Forum in Seoul. And this is yet another opportunity to continue to build our networks for change, coalition for change, with South Korea also leading. With this, I'd like to thank you so much for your attention, and I will reconnect this afternoon to be with you in another panel for further discussion. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
The first session of our conference. This session discusses the past of Asia social sciences. We have an excellent lineup of distinguished speakers who will be sharing the insights in this field. And Professor Claire Jones is moderating the session. The session participants, please come up to the stage.
안녕하세요. Good morning, colleagues, distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure to be with you today in the capacity of moderator. My name is Fleur Johns. I'm one of two vice presidents of AASSREC and International Secretary of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia and a professor of law at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. It's my pleasure today, but before I introduce our panellists, I did want to join with others in thanking for the wonderful hospitality of our hosts at AASSREC, the NRC, and the Institute for Health and Social Affairs, and thanking Professor Park and Professor Lee and all the members of the organising committee of this terrific event who have done so much to bring us together on this important occasion. Now, Professor Lim and Pinith Changthalase have already acknowledged that our conversations today are going to be very much informed by recollections of the past of the social sciences. And Professor Lim has reminded us that there are many Asias and many pasts of social sciences in Asia. And so I can think of few better people than the members of our panel today to recall with us the many pasts of the social sciences in Asia that will help inform our analysis of the present and our planning for the future over today and tomorrow. So I'm going to briefly introduce each one of our panellists, and they will then speak in succession, each for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have about half an hour for discussion with you after that and among the panellists. So please hold your questions. Please do think of questions to pose to our panel, but hold them till the end when we'll be able to call on you to enter into dialogue with our panel. Now, each of our esteemed panellists has an extraordinary CV, and I'm not going to do justice to those. Let me briefly introduce them in the order in which they will speak. Professor Jun Han is a professor of sociology at Yonsei University and also formerly a president of the Korean Sociological Association and a former director of the Korean Social Science Data Archive. Welcome, Professor Han. Professor Chiharu Takanaka is a former professor of international politics at the Graduate School and College of Law and Politics at Rikyo University in Tokyo, and served in the past as president of the Japan Association for Asian Studies and the Peace Studies Association of Japan. Welcome, Professor Takanaka. Professor Emma Porio is a professor in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the School of Social Sciences at Ateneo de Manila University and a science research fellow at the Manila Observatory in the Philippines, and until recently a president of the International Sociological Association's Clinical and Public Sociology Division and of the Asia Pacific Sociological Association. Welcome, Professor Poru. Associate Professor Yvonne Underhill-Sem is joining us as a feminist Pacific development geographer with Cook Islands, Niuan and Aotearoa New Zealand heritage, as well as close family ties to Papua New Guinea. Professor Underhill-Sem was awarded, among her many other accolades, was awarded the Royal Society Te Aparangi Metge Medal in 2022 for intellectual leadership on gendered social relations and development studies. Welcome, Professor Underhill-Sem. And Professor Chung-Lee Wu is a research fellow and director of the Institute of Political Science at Academia Sinica in Taipei, Taiwan, and a graduate of the University of New Orleans as well, and works in comparative politics, urban and minority politics, and electoral studies. Welcome, Dr. Wu. And last, but by no means least, Professor Shirin Ahmadnia is an associate professor of sociology in the social sciences faculty of Alame Tabata Tabbatai University in Tehran, excuse my pronunciations, and a current member of the board of directors of the Iranian Sociological Association. Welcome, Professor Ahmad. So without further ado, I will ask Professor Han to kick.
Okay, thank you for a very generous introduction by Professor Flor Jones. Okay, in 15 minutes, I would like to tell you a story of how social sciences in Korea started and evolved over time. And my title is Compressed Development. What I mean by compressed is that we started fairly late compared to Western social sciences, but also that we had many turns due to a very complicated historical path we have experienced. So let me begin by the prehistory of social sciences in Korea. By the late 18th century, the Joseon dynasty, which is the last monarchy in Korea, faced a severe socioeconomic crisis and also challenges from neighboring countries. And some scholars, Confucian scholars, started to think different ways from the traditional way of thinking. They wanted to get out of idealism of Confucian thought and face the reality. They wanted to do a reform of society, but eventually they failed. Their successors during the 19th century called Gaewa Party, which means enlightenment. They looked toward the Western countries for introducing new ideas to make new society. Two streams of ideas stand out among them. One is social organic evolutionary thinking, which was inspired by Darwinian thought. And what they thought was that in the world of survival of the fittest, if we lag behind, we would fall victim. So they wanted to modernize. The second idea was they wanted to become democratic and republican instead of as an alternative to monarchy. But they also failed. So eventually, social science in Korea was implanted or introduced by the Japanese Empire during the colonial period. The first modern university in Korea was established as an imperial university, one of many imperial universities in Japan in 1922, and it opened the College of Law and Humanity in 1926. They taught modern law and economics and others. They offered courses on law, politics, and economics in College of Law, and courses on folklore and sociology in College of Humanity. And other private universities, also private colleges, including Yeonhee, which is the former name of Yonsei, was founded in 1916, and Bosong, which is now a Korean university, was established in 1905. They offered courses on law, economics, politics, commerce, and also sociology. So these modern social sciences were imported or introduced to Korea via Japan and also some scholars who studied in the Western countries. Korean undergraduate and graduate students went abroad to the United States and European countries as well as to Japan, and they are the leaders of social sciences after Korea was liberated from the colony. After the World War II, Korean academia in social sciences were first formed around professional associations that emerged during the mid-20th century. You can see psychology, economics, political science, sociology, business administration and public administration, anthropology. All these associations were established between 1946 and before 1960. So those were the period of organizing modern social sciences around discipline as well as departments. Social sciences departments were established in newly opened Seoul National University, which was former Imperial University, and Yonsei, Korea, and Ewha, and then many others. And they offered courses on law, economics, politics, sociology, anthropology, and others. And eventually, Association of Associations, Korean Social Science Research Council, was established in 1976. So that's the beginning, I think, of modern sense, in the modern sense of Korean social sciences as a discipline. The newly created discipline of social sciences was heavily used as tool for modernization by developmental state. Theories and methods of social sciences during the 1950s and 70s were dominated by American version of Western social sciences. And many scholars in universities and research institutes got their PhDs from the United States universities. And authoritarian developmental state since 1960s demanded social science knowledge for planning and implementing economic, political, and social modernization. Let me give you an example. During the 60s and 70s, Korean government implemented a birth control project funded by the UN. And demographers were trained and was supported by scholarships from the UN. So they were instrumental in implementing these birth control project as a part of modernization project. And also government research institutes also were established in public health, economics, and education during the early 1970s to support modernization project in public health, economics, and education, and many other areas. Let me move on to another turn in the development of Korean social sciences. The rapid economic growth and rapid modernization in Korea was not without the cost. It was achieved at the cost of political freedom, social justice, and economic equity. So, resistant movement against these lack of freedom, justice, and equity persisted during the 60s and 70s, but they suffered repression from the authoritarian government. Many intellectuals were imprisoned or punished, and their books were banned during this period. And eventually, democratic transition started with people's protest in 1987. And before that, Gwangju uprising, a very tragic one with many victims, in 1980 sent shock wave to many intellectuals, including social scientists. And critical social sciences, influenced by Marxism, dependency theory, and liberation theology, flourished, and they provided theoretical tools to social movement against authoritarian government. And these critical social scientists formed themselves as an alternative to mainstream academic association during 1990s. So I call it as social science as weapons of social movement, after following social science as tools for modernization. And during this similar period, Korean social sciences tried to find or construct their Korean identity. It had also many different turns. Nationalism in Korea as a part of authoritarian ideology emphasized Korean identity in social sciences during the 60s and 70s. It was part of authoritarian government project, but after that, critical social scientists emphasized endogenous social sciences. They looked to the prehistory of social sciences in Korea, endogenous origin, back to 19th century. They looked that as an alternative to mainstream social sciences, and the wave of globalization during the 1990s gave rise to the search for Korean identity as well as acceptance of global standards. So, but emphasis on Korean identity differed by the field of study among Korean social sciences. For example, in economics, it was rather light, but disciplines like fields like political science or sociology emphasize very much the Korean identity. And let me finally say a few words about the last turn of social sciences during the 21st century, which I call competitiveness imperative. Korean society has experienced transformative change since the economic crisis in 1998, Asian economic crisis. After that, neoliberalism dominated academia during the 21st century, and disciplinary power of ranking. We all feel the power of that. Transform universities. Productivity and practical utility of knowledge are the main criteria for evaluating not just individuals, but institutions, especially universities these days. And practical solutions offered by applied studies are more and more emphasized rather than, basic sciences. Now, the social sciences are serving more markets rather than serving stage as before. And I think my time is almost up, so I will not tell details about these graphs. But what I wanted to say about in this graph is that the number of researchers, departments, and professors are very much dependent upon what served as a what discipline served the state most during the modernization period. So two disciplines, economics and education, were at the forefront of modernization project. And you can see when I compare the number of researchers or departments in Great Britain, economics, political science, and sociology are not that very much different. But in Korea, economics and education at the forefront of modernization project are the dominant one. So by that, I want to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Professor Takanaka.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for the 25th anniversary of AASSREC, especially in Seoul. at Yonsei University, marvelous university. I am honored to be here as a speaker, as an associate member of Science Council of Japan, led by Professor Junko Hibino, who oversees its international activities. And without the help of Dr. Michelle Bruce in Australia, I couldn't be here today. Thank you. I have been overwhelmed by the warm hospitality of brilliant Korean team led by Professor Park, Professor Lee, Professor Kwak, and other prominent scholars since yesterday. I'm also grateful for this precious opportunity to share the ideas, experiences with professionals and concerned people from many countries in this region. Let me introduce myself. Can I have the PowerPoint? Is it? Okay. Let me introduce myself. I have been studying and teaching international politics, Asian studies, particularly South Asian studies and studies of Indian history and politics. And with this background, I would like to tackle with the topic today, historical review of Asian studies in Japan during the Cold War and beyond. Keywords: American social sciences, Marxism, developmental states, challenges of civilization. In short, I will follow the historical steps of Asian studies in post-war Japan in relation to the title of this session, Asian Social Sciences in the Past. From here, I use the PowerPoint. First, let me talk about the Asian experience of modern intellectual history in these 200 years, since when Asia encountered the powerful intrusion and influence of European countries, which were forcing industrial revolution domestically and pushing global market economy in Asia. In the 19th century, and probably until the early 20th century, colonial states were implanted by European powers in Asia, and they needed new knowledge of land and people in Asia. The famous book, Orientalism, written by Edward Said, described the origins of Oriental studies, in today's words, Asian studies, as the intellectual construction reflecting the establishment of European dominance in Asia. European imperialists, colonialists were making the state and history, while indigenous people or Orientals or natives should be ruled by progressive Europeans. Modern social sciences and Asian studies in the 19th century promoted the image of Asia without modern civilization, Asia without progress. After the experience of two world wars and nationalist movements in the 20th century, many countries became independent in the latter half of the century. Nation states replaced colonial states. Naturally, they needed their own intellectual construction, particularly national history, to replace imperial colonial history. However, it was not at all easy task, considering the legacy and thick legacy of colonialism in post-colonial societies. The international settings at the time also determined the intellectual discourses of Asian societies. The geopolitical rivalry of the United States and the Soviet Union, later China, strongly influenced the process of decolonization, nation building, and post-colonial construction of knowledge and education. And I owe such discussion to my studies of India and South Asia. However, when we think about the history of East Asia, North and South, it is not the same. Not only European powers, but also the United States, a power of the Pacific, and Japan, a power of this region, emerged to join power politics, especially in the 20th century. So still, I need more time to put those two countries in the context of Orientalism. So I will stop here at this moment. Now I would like to speak on the history of Asian studies in post-war Japan, the contents of the paper. The first phase, immediately after August 1945 defeat of Japan, could be categorized as the years of demilitarization and democratization under the occupational forces, mainly led by the United States. To cut the roots of Japanese militarism, the purge of academic personnel responsible for the war, and the educational reform of schools, colleges, and universities were rapidly conducted. While academic society should be renewed, reorganized, and Science Council of Japan was organized to suit new democratic society. Decolonization was not the primary intention of America, however, and the imperial legacy, especially China studies, partly Indonesian studies, was somehow maintained in the reservoir of knowledge and academic research in post-war Japan. The decades of 1950s was the time of Korean War, Cold War in Northeast Asia, and enthusiastic pursuit of social sciences in the United States. The superpower needed the new knowledge of Asian studies as well as methods of social sciences for its world design and policies of the Cold War. In Japan, ironically, leftists became active both in society and in the front of education and academic research, which was sooner or later cautioned by the United States and the government of Japan. When Japan regained independence in international society, the security treaty with the United States was signed. In such a strategic atmosphere, Japan Association for Asian Studies and Japan Association of International Relations were established in mid-1950s under the guidance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The decade of 1960s was the time of Vietnam War. American government and private foundations such as Rockefeller and Ford encouraged the development of social sciences, developmental studies, and Asian studies. As counter-insurgency strategy, it was necessary to know agrarian societies of Southeast Asian countries, and the scientifically invented miracle rice, which was invented in the Philippines, was introduced to many Asian countries with American aid to promote so-called Green Revolution, which included India. In Japan, many brilliant students were given opportunities to study in the United States, for example, supported by the Fulbright Scholarship, to learn American social sciences, area studies, and Asian studies. Japanese government sought diplomatic relations with newly independent neighboring states, negotiating treaties of post-war reparations and opening a gate to expand its trade in Asia. Institute of Development Economies, IDE, which became the hub of Asian studies in Japan, was established to meet the needs of Asian studies in 1960s. Okay. The late 1960s and early 70s could be called the time of anti-Vietnam War, not only in the United States and Asia, but also in the world. Voices were raised to criticize American dominance and to express the demands of global South. Neocolonialism dependency theory attracted young people, while Marxism became influential politically and intellectually. Simultaneously, most of Asian democracies were replaced by undemocratic authoritarian regimes, which were often called developmental dictatorship. So reflecting such a change, Asian studies in Japan became a melting pot, conflation of studies from history to economic development, from American pro-government conservative policies to leftist alternatives. Japan Foundation and JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, were established to promote international cooperation between Japan and Asian countries. In the decades of 90s, American retreat from the region, Japan as a member of the summit, success of newly industrial economies needs, including South Korea, the wave of democratization, of course, started from South Korea, and rapid development of China, the Philippines too. The agendas of American social scientists shifted to the topic of American hegemony, multilateralism, while Japan enjoyed the era of Japan as number one, as Ezra Vogel wrote, and the government started diplomatic initiatives such as APEC or UN peacekeeping operation in Cambodia. Japanese bubble economy was busted in early 1990s, but such a trend continued even after the Asian financial crisis in 1997. The decades of the 21st century is different, could be characterized as Japan's demise, China's further rise of India, Southeast Asia, and developing Asia in general. Despite American resurgence by the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, Asia was highly expected to lead global economy. The presence of China was confirmed after the global financial crisis in 2008, just after the Beijing Olympic. Asian studies in Japan has been proceeding to understand such changes, while Japanese society in general has been more concerned itself to search for national pride, national identity, and often to strengthen reactionary attitude to the neighboring countries. However, most of scholars of Asian studies and social sciences have been trying hard to grasp the reality and to bridge Japan and neighboring Asian countries. So, conclusion, as Asian countries and societies keep empowering themselves, it is necessary to seek new agendas and methods of Asian studies and social sciences in 2020s and in the future. The process of globalization and its challenges, such as climate change, pandemic, and global economic crisis, would not leave us stay as we were in the past. We need to renovate ideas, frameworks, or discourses to understand our age and ourselves. It might be Asian studies beyond borders, not only the borders of the nation states, but also many other borders which has been demarcated states, societies, and people in the past. Amartya Sen, Nobel laureate of economics from India, once said, "There is no shame in learning from others and putting what we have learned to good use and going on to create new knowledge. This exchange of ideas and scientific dynamism is much needed. We not only need to research, but also see how we can apply that new research." This is a time for us to pursue Asian studies and social sciences, new social sciences of Asians, by Asians, for Asian, but not only for Asian, but for the global community. The 25th AASSREC, I think, intends to begin an attempt to search for academic alternatives in the future. And I believe this will be truly the beginning of our beautiful friendship to create the new future. Thank you.
Professor Porio.
Can I have my PowerPoint, please? Okay. Can I have my PowerPoint, please? Hello? Okay. I'm looking here. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate the organizers of the 25th AASSREC Conference. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. And I really feel excited. The last AASSREC conference I attended was that one in India, hosted by Andrew Beatty, who was an advisor to Sonia Gandhi in the Indian Resistance Council. And like this one, very interesting, very dynamic discussion. So I would like to thank especially the officials of Yonsei University, Korean Social Science Research Council, and AASSREC, especially Michelle, who basically been back and forth as chairs, organizing our coming here. So thank you very much. Korea is very special to me. My advisor in the Issue Center, University of Hawaii, was Hagen Koo, who wrote about, Korean social stratification, and it has been translated to 10 languages. So I always tell him, and I'll see him on Friday, together with Songnam Cho of Ewha University. So, in fact, I was saying Korea. And when I was in the Issue Center, I was there when President Park planted a tree. and the following day, it was cut. So you can imagine. So Korea is special to me, Seoul is special to me, and I like the way the BTS sing about Seoul as the place to be. So thank you. The title of my presentation is Engaging the Diversity of Social Sciences in Southeast Asia, Focus on Climate, Environment, and Transformative Adaptation for Social and Ecological Resilience. I will point out to you the 3 QR codes that I have of my 3 websites of the coastal cities at risk in the Philippines. You can browse it. And also the bottom line is our partner universities and partner LGUs and partner social science research institutes. The social sciences in Asia has been shaped by the hegemonic dominance of the global north in the post-World War 60s, 70s, and the like. But in the past 20 years, northern hegemony of the social sciences have been eroded, with universities in East Asia, South and Southeast Asia, and Australia scoring high in the University Times Higher Education ranking of the SDGs especially. So I would like to say that, in behalf of the Philippine Social Science Council, and speaking to the members of the Association of Asian Research Councils, I would like to propose a dialogic view of the inter- and transitional analysis of the social science knowledge production and mobilization for evidence-based, solutions-driven development, highlighting particularly the intersectional trajectories of climate, economy, and environment for social transformation. I would like to say that our work now as social scientists should be shaped by what the IPCC said, that we are now in the twin crisis of our time, climate and social inequality exacerbated by COVID that has increased poverty levels, widened the inequality, and creating new vulnerabilities for those already marginalized. I would like to say that we have to look at the drivers of and responses to climate and environment and development. You can see there are 6: socio-cultural, historical, economic, political, geographic, and social structural. So I would say that, I have many slides, so I would say, if you want to understand read page 58 to 69. I have the extended abstract there. But really, the world now, we're facing top global risks by severity: climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, and then social cohesion erosion, livelihood crisis, and infection diseases. So also, basically, you have to think that we are living in terms of planetary boundaries. So we have to really, I will not, you can look at it really in terms of, the climate. This is the climate-related disaster map of the world. You can see there that South Asia and Southeast Asia are quite intense. You'll see that in Southeast Asia, 90% of the regional greenhouse gas emissions has been just generated by 5 countries: Philippines, Vietnam, and the others. So the number of disasters have also doubled the past decade, and it has, the extreme weather events have led to climate refugees and migration, and conflicts and violence and extremism, and therefore we must build really in terms of the, the social ecological resilience. So I would argue basically that, we must build social ecological resilience, and we have to do that by bridging science policy practice nexus. But there is a continuing stark divide in knowledge production sectors of the state and UN agencies versus academia and other knowledge brokers and institutions like the World Bank and other things. So I propose a theoretical lens. I would like to propose a theoretical lens for transformation by focusing on the 6 conditions of systems change. As we say in I created graduate program, Master of Disaster Risk and Resilience, problem-focused, solutions-driven with the systems lens. So the 6 conditions of system change, policies, practice, and resource flows anchored on relationships and connections, power dynamics, and mindsets. I would say that development really increases climate and disaster risk, as well as the impacts of the already highly vulnerable populations, the social and physical infrastructures. I'd like to emphasize, we've always been talking about physical infrastructures, but the IPCC said we must focus on the social infrastructures in our societies, in economies, and the livelihoods and the ecosystems. So, I would like to I argue that really I was struck, I was reviewing and preparing for this paper, I was looking all this World Social Science Report and the International Science Report, and I was struck by what Irina Bokova and the World Social Science Report 2013 argue, that social science be more sensitive, sharp in bridging science policy practice nexus to the transdisciplinary research, producing actionable science that for transformative development, especially for the marginalized groups, both in global north and global south. So there is a strong need, really. There is a strong need for action at a glance. You can see here. I will not talk so much about it, but read my paper. We need basically a whole of society approach in order to, we need to have a, we need a whole of society approach in order to respond to the challenges of coastal cities and communities in the Southeast region. And also, because the challenge is so huge, really, we need to look at the analytical factors in terms of looking at the analytical factors of climate change, and all the socio-political phenomena that really shape our responses to it. So in my producing science actionable science to bridge it to policy, first we really have to look at the micro, meso levels of analysis and action in identifying who are affected mostly by the climate change impacts, and also what investments should you do in order that we can put science into policy making that will redound to the benefit of those who need it most. So our strategy is really to do a vertical, horizontal, intersectional strategies. As you can see here, when we institutionalize the resilience agenda through transdisciplinary action research, tools, partnerships, networks, and coalitions. You can see there at the local, with universities, LGUs, and Resilience Council, at the national, at the regional, and at the global level through UNDR and EFC. So we must link climate science and policy and practice through basically characterizing the science of climate and climate impacts, and basically translate into practice to prepare, adapt, and transform to resilience scorecards and city resilience, and then basically transfer it for policy. We basically have the principles, I would say. What are the principles of transfer action research? We must co-generate the knowledge, co-create capacities, and have co-benefits. How much time do I have? Yeah. How much?
I'm sorry, 6 minutes.
Oh, 6 minutes, okay. So basically we think by bridging science policy practices, our aim is to integrate our climate disaster risk assessments, their impacts on societies, on institutions, on governance systems, and people and communities. And we should integrate this towards planning and action towards a resilient local governance and development that is integrative, convergent, and pathways to resilience. I was struck with the previous speaker who said that social science is a public good. Here, we are translating the public good of climate and disaster analysis and technology and input it in the realm of integrating it into planning, development, and action in the annual investment plan and the like. So you can see here, this is one of our tools, proximity analysis and social vulnerability in terms of ranking this is the city of Manila, 900 communities, and we rank it according to the levels of vulnerability. I basically assert this because climate science and climate impact studies is very much dominated by climate science models, which the locals really do not understand very much. So I will translate it to maps that they can understand. So we really basically think that if you have identified who, when, and how are they affected by the climate impacts, then we put it into the resilience framework of the cities. We think that leadership and governance in resiliency is very crucial, and the investments must be on human development, local economy and infrastructure and environmental sustainability. So basically, we social scientists must basically produce the science that's needed. For example, in my advocacy, people always think of physical infrastructure. They don't realize that the social infrastructure, the social, political, economic arrangements of systems of relationships is equally important in shaping the outcomes of your investments and the impact to the poor and marginalized. So this is really what I say, that we must work together to an integrated, multi-scalar approaches to risk governance. If you can see there, our studies show that everybody, the community, the household, private and technical, industrial, and the city are doing so many things. But what is wrong? They are not coordinated, they are not collaborative, and they're not integrated. So so we must work together. So collaborative science making and application is very important in this day of age. So I want to close now by saying that we must produce actionable science towards an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. We must be proactive in terms of inter- and transdisciplinary approaches to policy making and program design. We must galvanize empowered ethical leadership at the global, national, and local levels. We must scale up innovations and applications in the larger scale, multi-year layered and interacting systems, collaborative systems, and we must have public-private people partnerships embedded in these comprehensive programming actions. And we have to basically integrate transdisciplinary principles and values of co-production, co-creation, and co-stewardships and co-benefits. We must have a heightened consciousness of the intertwining fates of the global north and the global south of natural and social sciences in both spheres, especially in climate, economy, environment, society nexus of analysis and practice. We must strengthen the data ecosystem informing our actions. And as social scientists, we must address the complex interactions between human society and natural environment, promote inter- and transnational collaborative endeavor of bringing together the expertise of different social sciences to analyze the social, political, and economic drivers of environmental degradation, examine the dynamic and a complex relationship between poverty and inequality, and ecosystems and planetary health, and lastly, produce actionable science analytical frameworks for solutions-driven pathways for social ecological resilience that promotes transformative climate adaptation and climate justice. So let me close this by saying, by the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go farther, go together. And this is you can look at my, to do all this is a product of how many, 10 years of work with these people. So this is my program, and I'm very lucky that I have the support of the 2 presidents. And you're welcome to download from my websites, but you just acknowledge where it's sourced. So intellectual generosity, camaraderie, and collegiality is very much in this modern world that we must thrive and survive. Thank you.
Professor Adil-Sen.
Well, it's really hard to follow that fabulous, impassioned call for what all we must do as social scientists, but let me try. Let's just see if we have, here we go. Kamui, Kamuri. looking backwards into the future. These are words from New Zealand Māori, and I want to speak a little bit about what they say, because they ask us to do what we've just been doing here, is to look backwards as we move forward. Not in a conservative way, but an innovative and exciting way. Thank you to AASSREC, thank you to the Association of Asian Social Science Research Councils, the National Research Council, and the Korean Institute for Health and Social Affairs for organising this fabulous event, for bringing together this wonderful array of colleagues who I can already see have got things to talk about, and probably things to disagree with, and to sharpen our understanding of different places. And for that, I'm very grateful that there is a session looking at Oceania, of which I am from, a small place called the Cook Islands, a place called Niue, a country called Papua New Guinea, all places that I call home. And so I'm delighted to be here to share with my colleagues what I know about those places. So social science scholarship in Oceania, and by Oceania I'm talking about Aotearoa New Zealand, Australia and the Pacific, is diverse in the topics and subjects of concerns, in the ways in which it undertakes and funds research, publishes, theorises, and involved in policy making, and in its willingness to look backwards into the future. This diversity occurs despite convergences in understanding the heightened pace of change in economic, political, environmental, cultural and social processes and practices at all geographic scales. Although there is a shared scholarly understanding that the reasons for these changes can no longer be explained by a single construction of colonialism and capitalism, transformative scholarship still struggles against well-established knowledge systems. As I reflected on my abstract, and I was drawn to consider the value of diverse notions of temporality or time, which is inherent in review-type discussions that we're involved in and explicit in this particular session. And I found that useful for three reasons. First, I want to talk about how that comes through in the flourishing of Indigenous social sciences, which have really enlivened many taken for granted notions, including that of time. Second, climate change is a substantive topic of considerable interest by many scholars in Oceania and Asia. However, it's complex, interdependent, it's a multi-layered phenomenon, and its analysis is often tripped up by incongruous notions of time. Epochal time, generational time, policy time, seasonal time, and daily time. Third, COVID-19 has left us all with warped moments of time for individuals, for communities, and for the social sciences. So my paper is divided into three sections, looking at these diverse temporalities for Māori Indigenous scholarship, looking at climate change people and places, and looking a little bit at COVID-19. So as I began this opening, the title of my paper, Ka Mui Ka Muri, is the notion of time that comes from a Māori proverb, which means I walk backwards into the future with my eyes fixed on the past. The idea is that by walking backwards into the future, as all of our ancestors did, it's possible to reclaim, reconstruct, and restore knowledge and practices, and then reframe them into futuristic, innovative, equitable, and importantly, comforting ways. Now, this notion is invoked especially in relation to Indigenous struggles for retribution and recognition, but in my view, it has wider relevance in the social sciences. Long-standing struggles to address the deep legacies of generational, cultural, social, and economic harm caused by colonisation continue. And increasingly, as we know and have heard already, they converge with chilling contemporary acts of violence linked to globally experienced intersectional processes of racism, sexism, homophobia, and other forms of intolerance. One of the consequences of this in Oceania has been the accompanying social science scholarship that takes non-traditional knowledge seriously. This was seen recently in the Journal of the Royal Society of New Zealand, which had special issues on longitudinal research in New Zealand and the future of artificial intelligence, 2 separate papers. Both of these were linked to the scientific domains of medical and health sciences and engineering and computing. But the social science dimension of this research clearly features when people began to look ahead. There was a clear recognition that understanding the medical characteristics of children and their family over time also requires understanding the health outcomes in the future, and this is the domain of social science. Similarly, there's a clear rationale for developing new technologies like artificial intelligence to improve production processes in farming, aquaculture, and infrastructure. But there's also a growing recognition of the need for social science analysis to understand the ways in which people and all their diversities simultaneously engage with artificial intelligence in their choice of music, mode of transportation, and even selection of romantic partners, all the domain of social science. One of the most defining moments of the tensions that arise when different knowledge traditions are arise happened in Aotearoa, New Zealand in June 2021. 7 professors from the University of Auckland dismissed Māori knowledge as science. They said, it may help, but it's not science. Now, the immediate shock of this public statement from acknowledged colleagues was quickly followed by universities and scholarly entities like Te Aparanga, the Royal Society of New Zealand, to distance themselves from these views. And since then, there's been continued affirmation of Māori knowledge, Mātauranga Māori, as a valuable knowledge system of its own. We even have a new national holiday in Aotearoa at the time of Matariki, actually a couple of weeks' time. Mātauranga Māori is also seen as providing scholarship from Aotearoa, New Zealand, with a unique opportunity to lead the world and draw out other opportunities of Indigenous knowledge to also lead. Now, this event continues to cause ripples amongst social scientists in Aotearoa, but it raised few eyebrows in the Pacific. Many social scientists working in the Pacific routinely encounter the damaging legacies of Western colonial mindsets. And they join together, they join with other Indigenous scholars whose research clearly distinguishes between the supernatural and scientific knowledge. Pacific social scientists are finding renewed attention given to the ways in which they frame their work, around climate change, for instance, but in other ways as well. In addition, new emerging social scientists are expressing welcome confidence in their careful critiques of established scholarship. And this is all because we've established the possibility to do a critique by using Indigenous knowledge. The stakes are set for a continuation of such challenges about what is considered science. And the discussion I'm introducing pivots only on the notion of temporality, but also can be seen in relation to, for example, new economic arrangements, new queer transnationalisms, and the tradability of water allocations. Increasingly, social scientists are filling more of the selection panels for prestigious awards and research funding bodies, and they bring with them ways of thinking that politicise and pluralise debates, which adds to the possibilities for transformative and just futures. Climate changed people and places in congruous time. Now, climate change is a topic of considerable interest, as we've heard, by a growing number of social scientists in Oceania. The imperatives to act become more compelling by the day as devastating cyclones continue to damage the ecosystems on which human habitability rests. But it's complex, interdependent, multi-layered, structured mostly by the analysis of geological timescales determined by the age of rock. This remains a valid or gloomy analytical starting point, but the human behaviours and economic and social systems of consumption that generated climate change cannot be ignored if we want to move ahead. This means, and we've heard just before, we need to understand the integrated nature of social, economic, political and cultural systems, as well as the individual and collective human behaviours that co-constitute these systems and processes. And this has led to an abundance of research from a range of interdisciplinary sites, much from social scientists, including topics of how to meet carbon emissions and environmental targets, how to facilitate the energy transition, and how we answer to distant future people. But while the imperative to act is ever present, incongruous notions of time complicate the analysis. Social sciences engaging with issues that circulate around climate change work with the variety of various notions of time: generational time, policy time, seasonal times, and the daily time of caregiving. While apparently incompatible, social scientists are well trained to deal with the less than perfect ways of knowing the world without being paralysed. The normative imperatives of legislative change are important, to reduce the burning of fossil fuel, but they are not enough alone. Recently, in February this year, Cyclone Gabriel swept through another part of Aotearoa, and it became very clear that you cannot simply return communities and industries to life before those devastating events. And the way in which people and communities deal with their material losses means we've got to pay attention to the emotional and spiritual trauma that goes beyond asking who pays. And it requires a political commitment to collaborative, co-designed responses. Communities throughout Oceania have dealt with climate-changing physical geographies such as cyclones, fires and droughts. They understand that vulnerabilities are growing and resilience is being tested, but they also connect this to the growth of extractive, militarised economies. My own current research on climate immobility in 16 countries, 16 communities in 7 Pacific countries draws on Pacific knowledge to understand how mobility histories shape current and future mobility plans. It's highly unlikely that globally there'll be a reduction in carbon emissions of a size that will prevent the inundation of coastal communities in the Pacific. So we need alternatives. And our research is one of many that are looking at future alternatives. And this is a social science challenge of huge significance, and one that needs to work with different notions of time and different knowledge traditions, in addition to dealing with current challenges such as COVID-19. So this is my third theme, which pivots on the notion that COVID-19 has left warped moments of time in many individuals and communities, and for social scientists. Now, it's clear that COVID-19 has affected everyone, but the impacts continue to be highly differentiated. And social scientists in Oceania are increasingly part of that analysis, how to understand these impacts and how to tackle them as they converge with enduring social justice, because COVID-19 continues to disproportionately affect particularly gendered bodies. A lot of research is being published, not just about medical and public issues, but about the effects of COVID on a range of issues, like information technologies, the nature of risks and responsibilities, and the interminable temporariness, sorry about that, felt by Pacific seasonal workers. So in addition to primary research-informed social science, there's a booming market in systematic literature reviews. Perhaps as researchers were unable to travel and some of them had time on their hands working from home. But as we track towards new national research standards, the contentious issue of how COVID-19 affected the quality of public research has come up. Once again, the effects will be uneven and differentiated by stage of career, household composition, and how one undertakes research. It will have been arguably more difficult for those at the earliest stages of their career and those perhaps mid-career scholars poised to start new research. Scholars with demanding domestic environments will have struggled, as would have those whose research involves face-to-face engagement. This is another temporal issue that affects many of my colleagues in the region, in the Pacific region. Just to conclude, social sciences in Oceania has been enriched by active research in these post-COVID times. I'm hopeful there'll be a convergence of interest through interdisciplinary collaborations for meeting the daunting challenges of climate change. I'm hoping there will be an ability to rise above ideological politics and to welcome a shared tolerance for diversity. Intellectually, the signals for the future, ka muri, in terms of focus, in terms of how we practice our research and our willingness to walk backwards into the future, looks good. However, the academic institutions we work in will be different. Perhaps smaller, perhaps virtual, probably more disembodied. But that's a story for another time. Thank you.
All right. This is Chang Liu from Institute of Political Science at Academia Sinica. Before I get down to business, I would like to express my appreciations to President Park and then the chairperson Chang. Without their efforts, I mean, it is almost impossible having us this excellent opportunity to get in together. And especially, I will be rude and reckless if I do not mention all of the contribution of the Secretariat, especially Michelle. We have the email back and forth. Thank you for your contribution and organization to this excellent conference. All right. Okay. All right. Michelle told me I should talking about the development of social sciences in Taiwan. And, but after thought, I mean, in the fields of the social sciences, I mean, still too broad to me. It included, just like Professor Takenaka just mentioned, I mean, he mentioned about the development of the social sciences in Japan. And then since 1895 to 1945, Taiwan was the Japanese colony, so we share the trajectory, the development trajectory is parallel to Japanese system. And in terms of social science, it's related to, I mean, the various fields, including economics, political science, sociology, public administrations, like anthropologists, linguistics, area studies, mass communication, and business management, and psychology, so on and so forth. So after thought, I mean, it's just too complicated to me. I mean, a simple-minded like me, I mean, it's hard to cover like this. So I decided still only focusing on the development of the discipline of political science. So in this paper, I would like to focus on 3 major issues. It means that how many Taiwanese scholars belongs to the subfields of political science, and what are their social demographic variables, their personal and institutional characteristics. And then the second issue I'm going to address is what types of political science research project has been funded. Especially, I'm going to trace back to the resources provided by the Ministry of Science and Technology. That is pretty much like the National Science Foundation in the United States. And we'll look at how many cases and what kinds of project has been funded by by the National Ministry of Social Science and Technology. And then we'll also look at, we look at back to just like the Professor Yvonne just mentioned, we have to look back and then we can see what can we do in the near future. So a couple of years ago, a group of the political scientists, we review all of the critical issues happen in Taiwan, and we pick up 4 critical issues, and they might be pretty important for political scientists. So that is the topic I'm going to address. So last year, I was commissioned by the Research Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences. I implemented a research project The project is journal evaluation and core journals list of the Taiwan social science citations. So in this, because they have a lot of social science journals, and I was commissioned to do the evaluation of the journals. I also have some rankings, like group 1, group 2, group 3, something like this. So of course, it means that if you submit it, if you can publish your paper in the group 1, the first year's journal, I mean, it means that you have more credit, you can get a promotion easily, something like this. So I was assigned to do this job. So we separate into 2 categories. First one, we're doing the reputation evaluation. So we're going to asking all of the political scientists in Taiwan, and then the research assistant, they try to compile a list of email addresses of the personnel from the Taiwan's political science related department and research institutes. And finally, I mean, after we spent a lot of time and energy, finally they have the 1,208 individuals on the list. So I would say roughly in Taiwan, they are, in general term, they have 1,200 political scientists in Taiwan. And we are going to look at what is their basic characteristics. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. All right. And generally speaking, roughly 63% of the political scientists belongs to the public institute, including the universities, research institute or colleges. And then in terms of the organization, they are roughly still public universities, roughly 54. And then if only 33% belongs to the private university. And like Academia Sinica, it is a kind of a public research institute. Only roughly 8% of the research fellows belongs to the Public Research Institute. And only less than 1% belongs to the private research institute, so on and so forth. And then in terms of regions, because they still have some region disparities in Taiwan. So most of the research fellows and professors, they, I mean, in the north, including like the Taipei City, New Taipei City, and Keelung City. And then Taoyuan, Hsinchu, and Miaoli, they have a little bit north, but something between in the north and in the southern area, in the central area. And then still have the roughly 10%. And in the central area, like Taichung, Zhanghua, and Nantou, they are roughly still 10%, something like this. You can look at all of the distributions in terms of geographically distribution. And then in terms of the ranks, they are roughly 43%, they are professors or research fellows. And then 34% associate professor, so on and so forth. Okay, that is the basic distribution. And in terms of the title, roughly still, I mean, because we browse all of the research fellows, they affiliate to different kinds of the institutions. So by the name of political science is roughly 70%. And you can find out like a public administration and public policy, they have the more population affiliate to the public policy. And then 12%, they are related to the international relations, and some others related to like liberal education, national development, political economy, something like this, so on and so forth. All right, and then we try to collect the data from the National Science and Technology Council from 2002 to 2016. And then we try to find out the numbers of the project applications, the numbers of project approved, and the pass rate, the total for each year in different subfields, including political theory, public administration, international relations, and comparative politics. Okay, I mean, you can see the tiny words, it's hard to read. But generally speaking, I would say, although we have the 1,200 research fellows in universities in Taiwan in general. But during the past 20 years, every year, roughly only have the 350 cases, has 350 applications has been submitted to apply for the funding. And then among this, roughly 45%, the approval rate is about 45%. I know compared to the National Science Foundation, the approval rate is roughly 10 to 12%. So in Taiwan, our project's approval rate is a little bit higher. I would say it's higher than the research project has been approved in the National Science Foundation. And then that is more detailed, including how much money they can get. I would say if we translate into US dollars, roughly 20,000 US dollars has been funded for each, that is for on average for each project. But if you have the better research, of course, your funding will be much higher than this. But I would just say that is on average. Okay, and then I'm going to look at some, I think this part might be more important in terms of we getting together to know what might be the critical issues we are facing right now. So a couple years ago, a group of Taiwanese scholars were getting together and try to find out whether they have some critical issues we should pay more attention. And then we can have more academic collaborations, interdisciplinary, and we try to find out, do we have that kinds of the critical issues we should pay more attention. So basically, they are, and then after a long series of discussions, and then we find out there are four major principles. We should pick up some substantive issues. First of all, it should be some issues they are unique to Taiwan. And then the second principle is this should be domestically established topic and involve international competitive research team. And then the third one is there should be some topic already being developed in Taiwan and has been the potential to be the significant subjects of the research, but have not received enough attention. And then the last one will be, the last principle will be, they should be the topic facilitate. Okay, thank you. And then after long discussions, we decide in order to find out these issues, and we try to Google all of some critical social science journals and books and book chapters already published. And then we try to find out what might be the critical issues political scientists in Taiwan we can pay more attention. And finally, we find out four major issues. The first one is constitutionalism and elections. And the second issue is related to the sovereignty and identity. And then the third one is democracy and governance. And the last one is about research methodology. Okay, I will try to make it quick. And then the first issue related to the constitutionalism and elections. And we find out because in Taiwan a couple years ago, divided government and unified government is quite popular in terms of at the central level and local and at the local government levels. So a lot of political scientists, we do pay attention to this issue related to the divided government. And then because the Taiwan is constitutional structures still under debate. For example, Taiwan is a kind of presidential system, parliamentary system, semi-presidential system, something like this. So they have, I have to say, a small groups of Taiwanese scholars, we do pay their attention to this issue. And then the second subject is because Taiwan's congressional election system has been changed in 2005 from single non-transferable vote system into a kind of a single member, mixed member, majoritarian system. And then actually we have developed a research group between the Taiwan and Australia and New Zealand. We try to make some electoral systems comparisons. And then within the Korea, Japan, Taiwan, New Zealand, and Australia. That is the critical issue. We can compare what kinds of the electoral systems, whether they have different political consequences, something like this. And then the third issue will be related to the institutional change and policy effects. Okay, 2 minutes, I know. All right, the second issue will be related to the sovereignty, identity, conflicts, and cooperation. You know, Taiwan is, in this afternoon, I just look at the program. I know we have some topics going to look at. Right now, we have the two major power rivalries right now, especially international structure. And Taiwan is always the phase line. Okay, thank you. I will try to make it quick. All right, so sovereignty issue is a critical issue in Taiwan. And then I will say, especially the national identity in Taiwan is a critical issue. As far as I know, in Korea, you might have the same issue, and Japan also have the national identity, ethnic identity, something like this. And regional politics in Taiwan is serious. As far as I know, in Korea, regional politics is kind of a critical and sensitive issue, I mean, to you. And not only in, I would say the national identity is not only an important issue in reality, but also an opportunity to Taiwan to promote some theoretical dialogue and our own experiences. And then the third one will be related to democracy and governance. And we just having some like environmental issues, something like this, that are all environmental issues and good governance. That is all related to the democracy and governance. And the last issue, let me put it quick. I mean, we'll try to promote some qualitative and the quantitative mixed method. And I would say this is a pretty important issue in Taiwan, especially how can we make this quantitative and qualitative issues, they can merge together. And especially, I should make it this way, especially the causal inference is a kind of a critical salient issues in Taiwan. So a lot of methodology scholars, they do pay attention to this. And the last thing was, there are three major issues. We think that might be the political scientists, we should promote this. I should make some propaganda in time right here, because in the Institute of Political Science, we always have the Institute for the Political Methodology, and we have some collaboration with ICPSR in Michigan. So we are still promoting this project, and I'm here to make some propaganda, and anyone interested in the fields of including the sociology, political scientists, and economics, you can send your student to our the Institute of Political Science, and then it is all free. And then we have the same training program, pretty much like the ICPSR. Okay, thank you for your attention. I should stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I would like to greet you all. I'm so delighted to be able to participate in this wonderful, fantastic conference. After all, after so many problems we tried to solve before I was able to come. Thanks to dear Michelle Bruce. I would like to thank all the organizers of the conference, AASSREC, COTREC, and the others, which I might not remember the names, in Yonsei University, all the colleagues, all the distinguished guests who are present here. Thank you so much. And also I would like to thank the dear panel chairperson and all the speakers. I enjoyed the talks very much, and I learned a lot. If you can just, yeah, all right. I should try to read through the slides. Yeah, okay. So my talk is mostly concentrated about Iran, Iranian Sociological Association, and the social sciences. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, that's much better. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, I need to. this is better. Thank you so much. All the greetings again. But yeah, as you can see here, the Iranian Sociological Association, or ISA, has just recently entered its fourth decade of existence, founded in the year 1991. It is considered among the most active and rewarded NGOs, which is under the Ministry of, under the control or kind of support by the Ministry of Higher Education in Iran. The ISA history of formation and development is believed to be closely intertwined with the history of sociology in the country. It would be interesting to remember that the very first AASSREC conference was held in Tehran in 1975, where its constitution was adopted by the 4 founding member organizations of the countries India, Philippines, Korea, and also Thailand. The ground for the ISA formation and its thereafter developments has been the objective and the focus of my paper here within is society being a multi-ethnic, vast society of 85 million people. And since the revolution of 1979, the society has been affected by economic embargoes, socio-political unrest, and upheavals of various kinds, and long-standing war that I suppose you have been informed on the news about the recent challenges and protests of people as well about Iran. Everything began with the establishment of the Institute of Social Science and Research in 1958 under Tehran University, established itself in the year 1934, which can be considered a milestone in the development of social sciences in Iran. The subject of social research created attraction and much popularity among many intellectuals and different views, with different views in the public domain, from the left and the right, even among the religious people, religious clerics, intellectuals. The position of the institute was in the center of a triangle with the 3 vertices of the being university, political power, and public sphere. 2 key Iranian political and scientific figures at the time played very important roles. Dr. Ehsan Naraghi, I would say, and Mr. Dr. Ghulam Hossein Siddiqui, who is also kind of known as the founder of sociology in Iran. Soon after the establishment of a theocratic Shia regime in Iran, the country witnessed a so-called cultural revolution in 1980s. For about 4 years, universities were closed down and the academia was subjected to a series of reforms and purifications in universities, avoiding the secularism-based teachings and whoever considered to be inclined to previous regime ideals. Sociology was also thought of as a discipline incongruent with the religious revolutionary beliefs, which aimed for a distance from political tendencies toward the West and the East. In the consequent years, there were some influential interventions by some religious social scientists who were confident of the revolutionary forces. Themselves, though Western-trained scholars such as in its stable position in the academia and survived under special circumstances. There were also tendencies towards diverse approaches, such as creation of Islamic associations, Islamic scientific associations, so-called, raising the issue of introducing Islamic humanities and social sciences. the moderate attitudes of influential figures such as Dr. Tabassoli and the rest of the presidents, early presidents of Iranian Sociological Association, enabled the association to withstand these tendencies and pressures from above, and that's why the association has always been open towards all kind of currents of thought in Iranian sociology. Within such tensions, Iranian sociologists cleverly organized in the Sociology and Development Conference, the first major scientific gathering of sociologists in which Dr. Tabassoli, together with other influential figures of Iranian sociology, mostly the students and colleagues of the late Professor Sediqi, proposed the idea of establishing the Iranian Sociological Association, and the establishment of ISA became official in the same year of 1991. The Iranian Sociological Association is among the oldest and largest humanities society associations of the country. The trend of the total number of its members is shown in the diagram, which shows in the period of time from 2006 up to 2021, the growth of the number of members. There are figures concerning the provincial offices, how many of them are there, scientific groups which are considered active, scientific groups, publications and conferences, and etc., which I just skip. There are expectations from this association. In countries such as Iran, the survival of independent NGOs, which are mainly relying on their members and volunteers' support, is not surprisingly full of challenges and not that easy. In terms of social sciences, all sorts of activities, such NGOs have usually tried to somehow compensate for the shortcomings of the state-controlled academia by, for example, organizing conferences with wide range of themes reflecting on socio-political or culturally sensitive issues that formal academia somehow usually neglects or misses or avoids to deal with. So in addition to other conventional functions of a scientific NGO, the association has also been trying to represent the civil society. As examples are by playing a role of echoing or giving voice to those scholars who had become restricted or excluded from the formal academia scene due to politically imposed criteria, or taking sides of the students which have turned to the association demanding for support against bullying or sexual harassment practices or in the formal academia. These have all been, besides the continued demands addressed to the association to act responsibly and supportively towards societal intellectual expectations, and to take more active stance with regards to socio-political protests and instabilities, and to ignore the challenges and restricting policies imposed from above concerning the practice and activities of such scientific NGOs in the country. There are constant criticism, though, among coming forward and demanding more. The expectations are rising. As a conclusion, I would say over its relatively long time of existence, 3 decades, ISA has gained positive reputation and popularity based on its actualized potential for reflecting and resonating in a scientific manner the societal, socio-political, and cultural movements within the society it serves in response to various expectations from the side of its members and sometimes non-members, meaning intellectuals and civil society figures, which constantly evolve and scale up. However, the NGO has been at times confined to boundaries of a state-controlled official NGO, the taken roles and activities of which are constantly supervised, subjected to surveillance and constraints based on governmental sensitivities. Thank you for your time and patience.
To our panelists for dealing with such complex and rich terrain so succinctly and lucidly. I'm sure I'm not alone in feeling that I've learned so much over the course of this panel. As I said, we have about 20 minutes now for questions. And so by all means, put up your hand. But to kick off our discussion, perhaps I will ask one of all the panelists, or any who would like to answer. So you've spoken so richly, so helpfully in the role of social sciences in creating, generating national imaginaries, and also allowing people to contest those and remake them in various ways. But I wondered if you could speak to any models, specific models of collaboration among national imaginaries, speaking across them and between them, that you think would be useful to learn from. Particular examples. We've heard a lot about collaboration, different sort of networks and partnerships and different ways of getting people to work across these imaginaries. But I wondered if you had any specific examples that you thought would be really useful for us to think with. And I should say apologies from Professor Han, who had a scheduling conflict, which unfortunately meant that he could not be with us for this part of the discussion. But you do have his paper. Oh, no, you don't have his paper. But I'm sure he would be, you have his contact details, and I'm sure he'd be very happy to discuss his remarks with any of you who would like to connect with him. But Professor Takanawa, or anyone who would like to, Takanaka, sorry, like to respond to that?
Can I talk now? Yeah, I think yes, it's beyond the national or other, limits, and how we can collaborate. I think recently I learned a lot from the experiences or research and discussion about gender or gender diversity and human rights advocacy, etc. And also the other topic is like Yvonne-san was saying, climate change and COVID-19 and the pandemic, because the urgency and immediate voices and even the policymakers and social scientists had to respond to those issues, and the issues are really shared by the global society. So it was like very responsive, dialogue, and they needed immediate response and policies. So it was really like making a new society kind of. So this is very recent phenomena, but I think there are another domain of nationalism on nation states or etc. But we have a new momentum of beyond the borders and regional and global collaboration of multi-agencies of the society. So I feel that's very important for that. Yeah.
I think there are many. Okay, I think there are many collaborative endeavors. For example, we have the social science associations that try to unite scholars, both global north and south, in interrogating the issues. So there's Singapore University, there's also the Asian Research Institute that brings together a scholarship interrogating practice and the nexus of science policy and like that. So I think, for example, I, for one, I've been leading the Asia Pacific Sociological Association, which basically covers, Pacific Asia, South Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. We've been having conferences every 2 years all over. So there are plenty, and I would say that there's enough, shall we say, energy, but I think we have to do more of connectedness and continuity, cohesiveness, consistency across time. I mean, for example, listening to our Iranian colleague present, and I was saying, oh my God, AASSREC had its first in Iran. We should go back there and provide support. I mean, I really believe that social science is progressing, but also I think we have to strive to connect and collaborate with the physical and social sciences, but focus on our own expertise, but we know where we can connect and we can be more. As I always tell the 20 scientists working with me, I said, by being together, we can be more. But I always tell them, to innovate is to collaborate. But to collaborate is to navigate the systems within and without. And with that, we can be working together collegially with mutual respect for our work, and we can proceed further.
Thank you, and I'll just add, the Pacific region we've got 18 countries and entities. So as I said, the project I'm working on right now, and it's only one of many, is across 7 different countries. So that's 7 different imaginaries. And we know we need to work together because we are the silent P so often in the Asia-Pacific discussion. And in the global discussion, the discussion around the Pacific often goes way across our Pacific region. So the way in which we work in the Pacific is always over national imaginaries. It's not the national imaginaries that are our problem. Our problem is the global north and the global east, we would say. So it's being at the table. There is no shortage of wanting to collaborate. There's a lot of discussion about why, for what purpose, for whose end that collaboration occurs. And this is the politics that we've all mentioned in all of our discussions. So I think it's really important for larger companies to explore amongst themselves the differences within those imaginaries in their countries. They are quite diverse too, as we've heard. So models of collaboration amongst beyond national borders is the way we work and is the only way we can work in the Pacific, and we're very happy to work alongside a range of other colleagues as well.
What I'm thinking is, if we try to find out some specific collaboration, we have to provide some basic training for graduate students. And then we have to start it from even undergraduate and graduate students. And then if we can find some commonalities, and then we can provide the good training for graduate students, especially graduate students. Actually, that is what we did 20 years ago. We decided to set up the Institute of Political Methodology. And then we provide a 45 days program. And then 45 days program. And then we try to collaborate with ICPSR. So every year, we try to find out the best scholars come to Taiwan and provide training for students. And during the past 20 years, and then we recruit 25 graduate students. You have to provide all of your curricula, your GPA, something, or even some recommendation. And then we will recruit you into this program. And after that, you can get, we will give you the diploma, and then you can get this diploma, try to find a better, you can pursue, of course, you're applying for good universities, no matter in the United States or in Europe. And this year, we have decided to expand this program. As I mentioned, we used to recruit 25 graduate students, and this year we decided to recruit 50 graduate students, and not including in the fields of political science. We also recruit the students from sociology, mass communication, economics, so on and so forth. And all of the programs are all free. And then anyway, what we try to do is we try to asking the best scholars and faculties come to Taiwan and having courses. And after that, the students, if they have that kinds of skills and experiences, they will help them to pursue the better, the higher education. And another, my proposal, as you just mentioned, is as possible, we already have 15 members right here. Is as possible we can to support an international program for social sciences and humanities. I know it will be troublesome, and then a lot of people, especially the secretary, you have to spend a lot of time and energy. But what my thinking is that possible? We'll try, if we have a 15 association members, we can get in together to support an international journal, no matter it is in the subfields of humanities or in the subfields of social sciences. I would say that it might be a feasible project. Thank you. That is my proposal.
Thank you. Hi again. I suppose the response to your question has been nicely put by the other colleagues over here, and I just would like to maybe emphasize again on the importance of being united and collaborative together. I can just refer to our own experience in Iran. We NGOs, scientific NGOs in the field of social sciences have felt to be weak under those kind of pressures from above. So we found the result, found the solution in getting united and to make a bigger kind of collective of NGOs, which are kind of like neighbors or like siblings, from anthropology, population demography, cultural studies, and communication studies. We have come together to organize a bigger kind of associations to withstand the pressures and to survive those pressures from above and the political side of. Yes, I have nothing more to add. Thank you so much.
So because we started late, we have time for one more question, if anyone has any. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for a very enlightening session, wonderful papers. Well, the first four papers, and Professor Han is not here, but Professor Tagneka, Dr. Emma, Professor Hyome, you talked about going back to Asian Pacific, indigenous traditions, systems, obviously specifically to deal with the challenges of economic and technological development, innovations, and sustainability, arguing that sustainability is as a root of alternative indigenous systems. That's fair enough. What I want to specifically ask you is this, that what alternative methods, and let's not call it alternative because that is also problematic, but for lack of better term perhaps right now, methods of developing concepts and categories in the social sciences and humanities. Do you see? I'm talking specifically humanities because one of the major damages in 19th century European thought has been dismantling the human from the material, right? From Descartes, I think, therefore I am. So those who do not think are not humans and therefore need to be subjugated and suppressed, etc., etc. From there to an alternative traditions, Asia, whether it's India, China, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, Pacific, etc. So specifically, what alternative, within quote, concepts, categories, and methods do you propose to decolonize social science research fundamentally? Thank you so much. I'm Professor Singh from India, ICSSR.
Fundamentally. Fundamentally would be the first word we might lose. Thank you for your question. I'm just taking it up here. I think one of the techniques that we use in our, and I was really appreciating your suggestion around methodologies, is really to go back to methodologies as well. We have methodologies embedded in theoretical systems, and to tease out those kinds of methodologies and those theoretical processes, I think is a good start. One of the ways in which we've done that in Pacific, I work and teach in a Pacific Studies program at the moment, but I've taught for a long time in development studies, is to really focus on that notion of relationships. And so this concept of relationality is, what is the relationship we have with whatever it is we're doing? Whether it is an animate or an inanimate object, there is still a relationship of some sort. And so that methodology that allows you to pause a moment and to have some consideration to how your position in a particular gendered body is relating to that which might be the subject or the object of your research. So that slows down some kind of thinking, and it enables us to understand a little bit more about, where we are coming from and what our relationship is. So our relationship may well be engaging in a process because the funding is there. The government has said this money is available, so you need to use it. You may actually be interested in something completely different, but it's being very clear about how you are going to use those opportunities and understand the relationship, because by doing that research, you may actually enable you to be in other places, to be able to make the changes and the shifts. So, I would urge a greater consideration in research methods. We teach a research program in Pacific Studies where we are building on Indigenous ways of knowing and relating to each other. And that's the fundamental part we start. Everything else follows from that, whether you become a demographer or humanities scholars. But to start off with, what is the relationship you have to your research, and how does that work? How strategic you are, how engaged you are with it. So just a suggestion is a way in which we might want to think about how we can be intentional about that starting point.
Remove the fundamentals, because no, I'll just tell you my experience of doing inter and transdisciplinary action research with 20 scientists and with professionals. It's very easy to say we have to cut the silos. We have, as well as sciences, open up the social sciences, because problems are not specific to one discipline or what. And in fact, I always say, we must be conceptually driven, empirically anchored. But to hold the cohesiveness of those two is quite iffy, especially when people in the work in the climate sciences basically recognize science, which is the metrics, okay? So basically what we've done really is that when we did transfer action research, we're very focused about the production of the science in work package 1, characterizing the exposure and vulnerability to people, to climate impacts, work package 2, and then 3, the applications. So if you look at our website, you have all those productions. But what we've happened is that now we have co-authorship. So for example, when I left, we're just looking at our studies of air quality, pollution, air pollution, which we found that the pollution scientists know the metrics, how polluted Metro Manila's streets are. But the people on the streets don't recognize the risk, because that is where their livelihood is. If somebody gets sick of coughing, the resistance of that person is just, weak. So basically, the one challenge of producing inter and transdisciplinary action research is that you come from different conceptual trajectories, and you try to focus, when you say problem-focused, solutions-driven with the systems lens. So basically what we've done is the production of the metrics of air pollution. What are the standards like that? How are the experience, the worldviews of the people like that? And really finishing an article with 15 people as co-authorship. And it's a if only I don't believe that we have to do it this way, then we don't do it. So I would say that we are focused on our own method, our methodologies. When you say micro, meso, macro levels of analysis, and you know where the nexus is. In graduate school, we're told you don't mix levels of analysis, right? But now we have to. So we talk about intersectional analysis, intersectional trajectories. So I would really say that there are no quick answers and solutions to your questions. It's complex and dynamic. But I would say, as I said, be focused on where you are in terms of interrogating the phenomenon and producing the science, and where it is in terms of application. Know where you are, and as I was saying earlier, the metrics, our metrics, for example, the journals, they're very disciplinary bounded. There are very few that really looks at, across. So I would say that's why I basically created the 3 websites. We publish it there, and I always say, Google, you know it where you can find it, but be careful and be respectful of the IPR, because knowledge appropriation and knowledge computation is quite harsh also in the world of publishing, in the world of trying to get the rankings and the like that. So I would say that our world now offers a good opportunity to rethink, to recast, but know where you are focused. And I think when I say about ethical leadership, sharing of values is very important now. In the world, as one of the authors says, social science has been co-opted, handmaiden of capitalism, and handmaiden of post-colonialism, things like that. But I think the struggle for an integral social sciences, that which has integrity, our rootedness where we are, understanding that, and understanding our rootedness, and what does that mean in the future that we want to create. Somebody was asking me, what does resilience mean? I said, resilience is capacity to absorb the shock and to resist and to transform in the process, because the world is full of those complex problems. But we have to be focused with our heart and spirit that our fates are intertwined together.
On that note, given the time, I'm conscious that while our panel has given us so much tremendous food for thought, we also need food for eating. And so we are about to turn to lunch in the Grand Ballroom. But before we do, I would like to ask you to join with me in thanking all our esteemed panelists. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, please.
I'm the nearest listener to the presenter. I will need a little different point of view. So I'd like to recall Professor Lim Hyun-jin. He just mentioned about the global value chain. Yes. And then social science got to be public good, and it dedicate to the society to public interest. Yes. So when I listen to each of your presenter, it's not quite easy to find out similarity and differences. So I like to put each regional, I think, like sovereignty and identity, they need some topic and research concern. So they got to be their own sake. And then we just find out the chain, coordinating and chain. So it should be kind of a big picture from the point of Asian and oceanic point of view. So I like to recall the keynote speaker's basic frame. Yes. Yeah, global value chain, but Asian values chain is what's the differences? Yes. It's driven by that sort of frame or the idea. So let me give you some sort of different view, not different, but just added a little bit another point of view. Thank you.
I like social science as a public good.
Yeah, public interest.
Thank you for that valuable intervention. Did anyone want to respond quickly?
I just wanted, the question I wanted to ask, and it's kind of going around my mind as well, and it relates to who else contributes to those global public goods. As we know, it's not just university-trained social scientists. There are many other entities who are generating research in the social scientists. We know who they are, and they are very, very, very good at doing the policy work. The think tanks, the global consulting firms, they are very much part of the global value chain as well. So I have a general question, not to be answered right now, about how we deal with those other knowledge-producing entities who we know are very much part of the global value chain. They are also would argue that they are part of the global social good. And I just think there's some interesting discussions we can have around how we ensure that the robustness of social science, the ethical procedures that we go through, are very different to other knowledge-generating components. So I'm not sure about the global value chain thing unless we can distinguish between everybody else. So we can keep talking, but we should probably have lunch, sorry. But sorry, my colleague.
No, just one word. I think we are, studying and thinking to solve the problems today, to make other people happy. So anyway, whose problems and who is, thinking about the solution and how, that's the question, right? Now it's a democratic, inclusive, or diversity world, so we should think together, like you are saying, together. And I think the three things I would like to say, when we are teaching students, we say disciplines, our disciplines. Disciplines is like you are having the whip and, teaching children, you should remember, you should make it correct or whatever, you shouldn't make a mistake. But we should go beyond the disciplines, multidisciplinary, and also opening our eyes. So maybe we should be like a child, to be naive. Why? Why is it important? Why is it difficult? Why we cannot do that? So naive eyes, and also we should listen to very unfamiliar, quiet, silent voices which are making, different issues and opinions. And international or whatever, transnational or grassroots or whatever is very, very important, because we should go beyond, and we need freedom assured by the outsiders. So like Iran case, thank you very much for your participation. We need, to break some holes of the barriers. So we need, international is very, very important. Beyond region, beyond nations. And for that, maybe we can have a freedom and a flexibility to open ourselves to the new agendas. That's what you are saying. So I don't know what is the Asia or global or whatever, but we can make something creative. Creative and not different from today. Maybe. And already I think it's growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panellists for getting us off to a great start. Please join me in thanking.
Ladies and gentlemen, your lunchbox will be served soon. For those who have ordered halal or vegetarian lunchbox, the foods are on the way, so please be patient for the upcoming, 5 minutes. Enjoy your lunch, and the session 2 will officially start at 1 p.m. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's now 1 p.m. We will now move forward to session 2. So please be seated. The second session promises to be a fascinating exploration of social sciences and policy making, featuring esteemed speakers who will delve into the latest research and advancement, reflection in this field. Deok-lo Lee, President of the Korean Association for Public Administration, is going to moderate the session too. So session participants, please come up to the stage.
원래 있던 자리 있던 거 맞아요. 아, 맞나요? Good afternoon. We will start the session's second social science and policy making process. I'm the moderator of Deok-lo Lee, and I'm servant of the Korea Association for Public Administration. It's very hard to speak English in Korea, but it's my great pleasure to moderate this kind of great meeting. This is what a nice, great diversity here. I have 5 different countries presenter and 5 great different topics in here. First of all, I'd like to introduce Xie Li from China. And Sunde Apron Pat from Thailand, and Anjua from India, and also the guy from Huge White from Australia. And fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not quite sure, but his title is post-COVID-19. The presenter from Korea, In-hee Park. Surprisingly, he got corona right now. That's why he didn't show up. So he will through internet. And we have 100 minutes here, and we have 5 presenters here. So that's why I allowed provide them 15 or 20 minutes each. And then after this, if we have some time, around 15 or 20 minutes, then we will get some questions from the floor, and then we do some discussion among our presenters. First of all, Xie Li, will you present your great title?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues. This is Shali. I'm working with the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And it is a great honor for me to participate in this great, wonderful conference and communicate with colleagues from different countries. My major is law, to be specific, administrative law. So I will take this great opportunity to share you the information and my opinions on the topic, the role and function of the third-party evaluation of rule of law in China. And my presentation consists of 4 parts: the background and significance of this topic, and then the development function, and problems and possible solutions of third-party rule of law evaluation in China. First, I would like to give some introductions about the background of this topic. As you may agree, the evaluation is an important field of social science research in recent years. The evaluation of law demonstrates the status and actual level of rule of law through a digital indicator system, and it has many qualities. It has been used as an important tool for national governance and also one of the remarkable symbols of social rationalization, and inherits the Western positivism governance tradition and represents the mathematical term of law and has the characteristics of the politicized technology neutrality. And its development history is not so short. It is generally agreed that the evaluation of rule of law began to enter the perspective of legal research since 1996 with the release of the first worldwide governance indicators of the World Bank. But in the early stage, it's mainly depended on other disciplines. In 2008, the World Justice Project released the first report of the Rule of Law Index, and the World Rule of Law Assessment began to break away from the pattern of relying on governance indicators and showed an independent development form. And from then on, results of evaluation have a profound impact on the practice of the rule of law in the countries and regions all over the world. And in China, the evaluation of rule of law has also gone through several stages and several important events. For example, in 1999, Chinese Constitution Amendment added a paragraph: the People's Republic of China implements the rule of law and builds a socialist country under the rule of law, reflecting a significant transformation in the governance strategy in China. And in 2013, the decision of Central Committee of the CPC on several major issues of comprehensively deepening reform proposed establishment of a scientific index system and assessment in standards for rule of law construction. And in 2014, another important document named Decision on several major issues concerning comprehensively promoting the rule of law, which comprehensively accelerated the construction of a rule of law country, a rule of law government, a rule of law society, and a rule of law China. It proposed to take the effectiveness of rule of law construction of an important content for measuring the work performance for leadership, teams, and cadres at all levels, and included in the political performance evaluation index system. With that, issues related to rule of law evaluation have become a characteristic aspect of comprehensive rule of law governance. And currently, there are 3 modes of the evaluation of rule of law in China: government-led, government and third-party cooperated, and third-party-led. The first and the second mode introduce rule of law GDP into the performance assessment system of local officials, encouraging the BIENNIal legal competition between local governments. The advantage of the third-party mode comes from its independence, professionalism, and authority. And at present, representative third-party evaluation mainly include Yuhan Rule of Law Index, Government Transparency Index, Shanghai Rule of Law Satisfaction Index, evaluation of China's rule of law government, evaluation of satisfaction with the rule of law in China, Court Judgment Enforcement Index, Jiangsu Province Legal Administration Index, and evaluation of Sichuan Province Rule of Law. And in summary, third-party evaluation conducted by Institute of Law of CAS, that's my organization, Renmin University of China, China University of Political Science and Law, and other legal research institutions and universities have covered legislation, administration, legal profession, judicial reform, law education, and other fields. Some of them are national and some are local. And among them, Government Transparency Index, Court Judgment Enforcement Index, and the evaluation of Sichuan Province Rule of Law are operated by our institute, and I myself also involved in some projects. And then I will talk about the function of third-party evaluation of rule of law in China. Through the third-party evaluation, social sciences played an important role in policymaking. Specifically, it plays the function of democratic participation, supervision, interpretation, implementation, and guidance. It can respond to top-level design, promote consensus on the rule of law, improve regulatory capacity, and provide a clearer blueprint for transforming the power structure. And it is also a new weapon to promote public decision-making, power supervision, and comparative research. The interaction between the evaluator and the assessed party after the evaluation, including the ability to feedback the evaluation results, clarify the problems found, and put forward suggestions for improvement, and have a good impact and promotion on the development of the rule of law. Of course, the function of rule of law in evaluation mentioned here does not mean that the impact of rule of law evaluation is immediate, and it's rather a tool and technology serving rule of law construction and practice. And emphasizing the rule of law evaluation as an action-oriented tool, it can specifically serve all aspects of rule of law construction and practice, and provide information and assistance for specific rule of law practices. And there is a related important issue here: how to review the relationship between third-party evaluation and government-led evaluation, and even the government. The government-led rule of law evaluation is often criticized for violating the principles of national justice. The evaluation subject is not neutral enough and lack credibility. To some extent, third-party evaluation has flourished to address this issue, and the third party may actively cooperate with the government to obtain relevant data and information, and this ambiguous relationship with government organizations will affect the science and the neutrality of the third-party evaluation to some extent. And the completely independent third-party method of evaluation, on the other hand, its evaluation results and recommendations may not be that useful and can only rely on public opinion pressure to push the government to adopt or consider the evaluation results. Therefore, some scholars think that there is a paradox. The rule of law evaluation have a value discrimination against government-led rule of law evaluation, and the third-party evaluation needs to be included government organizations through a certain way. And in the last part, I would like to briefly introduce the problems and possible solutions of third-party rule of law evaluation in China. The core problems may be summarized into two aspects: the neutrality of evaluator and the objectivity of the evaluating technology. It's an ideal state that a neutral evaluator can realize scientific evaluation through objective technical operating, but regrettably, the envisage ignores the limits of human rationale, and how to guarantee the objectivity of technology is another important issue, and there are many factors that affect the constraint the evaluation, such as the personal preferences and researching interests of evaluators, the difficulties of indicators covering all aspects of the implementation of the rule of law, and doubts about the authenticity and reliability of evaluation data collection. So due to the life limits, I will jump to the conclusion. In my opinion, the role and function of third-party rule of law, evaluation should not be overestimated or underestimated. On the one hand, the third-party evaluation has neutrality, objectivity, and science, reflecting the idea of democracy, and can achieve error correction and prediction functions for governance. But on the other hand, there is still a lot of work to do to promote its science and effectiveness. And whether the evaluation could be practical, useful, is somehow depending on the attention and the importance attached by the government organs. That is my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and your criticism are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very good to hear all the aspects of Chinese characteristics in terms of law. And I think that you guys have many questions. So after this, we have some Q&A time. So please prepare the questions. And second, present from, I'm sorry, I didn't bring my glasses. That's why. Sunida Sunida from Thailand, right? Yeah, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Sunida Arunpipat from Thammasat University, Thailand. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to AASSREC, to COSREC, to Yonsei University. This is my first time, and then absolutely, Yonsei University is one of the most beautiful campus in the world. And Michelle Bruce as well. For being patient to me, I mean, feedback, all of the comments. And then last one, National Research Councils of Thailand, promote me, nominate me to be here. My presentations today is about morality, money trap, what went wrong with Thai morals when environmental protections policy of Thailand were driven by financial incentive measures. Sorry, thank you. I think that for some of you who know Thailand, we have the image of Thailand, we have the image of the countryside. We are the land of smiles, right? When it comes with the land of smiles, it always comes up with some Thai morals that attach with that image. For example, generosity, which is not me, sorry. I'm sorry. Public mind, gratitude. Those Thai morals embedded with this image for a long time and passed on from generations to generations. But interestingly, when it's come to environmental protections measures of Thailand, we neglect that. We don't even care about the Thai morals that embedded in our society. But we push forth a lot in terms of economics and financial incentive measure to drive our country to protect the environment. What's happening with Thai morals? I do have some examples. Before that, I mean, in previous slide, you can see some words, for example, carbon tax, trading, carbon credits. Those are some economic-driven or economic incentive measures that Thailand pushed forth. But this one, I think that is quite, catch your interest. We have the project called Waste for Egg, chicken egg. Means what? We campaign Thai citizens to clean up that trash or to recycle the products in return for chicken eggs. For example, dry plastic bag for 1 kilogram, you're gonna have 1 chicken egg in returns. And that's really very popular campaigns in Thailand. But this project or this campaign raised me the questions and bring me some observations, which is really interesting. What was happening with Thai morals? How about generosity? How about public minds? How about volunteering? That's here among Thai citizens. Why do we need to protecting our environment in return of eggs? What went wrong with that? So that's come to observations with the phenomena as well. Is that Thailand right now trapped in morality and money trap or not? It simply means that what? Morality and money trap, from my understanding. It simply means that Thai citizens are unable to transform morality, our morality, into norms, especially during the low carbon society. But we found that financial or economic incentive measure is more focused or more important than that. And it's come to the research question side, from only policy dimensions, only policy dimensions. What went wrong with Thai morals when environmental protections policy were driven by financial incentive measure? I basically will separate my preliminary research into 3 different parts. The very first presentation part will focusing on Thai morals in national Thai strategies. I can differentiate into 3 phases. The very first one, exclude morals. Second one, morals in general. And the last one, integrations of morals and environment. I go into the details of what's so-called NESDB, which stands for National Economic Social Development Plan of Thailand. Why focusing on this? Because this is, among Thai, we know that this is a backbone of national strategies. When you would like to see is that how Thai government got what visions, this is the core national plan that we need to focusing on. And it started in 1960, long up until today, until the futures. So that's why from NESDP, I separate into 3 different phases. The very first phases, you can see is that for more than 25 years, because each of NESDP plan is lasts 5 years. So 1 till 5, 25 years of our national strategies plan, we exclude Thai morals from that plan, which is really interesting to me. Once NESDP in number 6 to number 8, we start thinking that maybe we should include or incorporate Thai morals into our national strategy. NESDP number 8, which is, designed during the financial crisis. This is one of the interesting points, and this is one of the trigger situations as well. When Thailand was hit and Asians was hit by the financial crisis in 1997, Thailand starting to think that, okay, we not only focus on, in terms of national strategy, not only focus on economic development, but need to incorporate human development inside. But once we shift a little bit of national strategy to focusing more on human development. So that's why we further include Thai morals into our national strategy after 25 years of our development, which is interesting. But once again, at the very beginning or emergence periods of our development, Thai moral include just general principles. Means what? It's just linked to our religious principle, Thai culture, but not linked with other issues. For example, environment. For example, climate change. No, set aside of that. What's supposed to be the trigger factors later? The trigger factors that link Thai morals with environmental policy happens in NESDP in 2002, I think, in number 9. Later, after the financial crisis in 1997, Thailand start thinking, shifting once again, the way that we're going to develop our country. So that's why in NESDP number 9, King Rama IX introducing the philosophy called self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency means being moderate of the way of life. So that's why, and in terms of environment, we bring or we incorporate Thai morals called self-sufficiency with environmental issues since then. And it's not just the NESDP. We can see is that Thailand set up what's so-called National Moral Promotions Committee. And they also highlight self-sufficiency as Thai moral that link with environment. What's happened in terms of environmental policies of Thailand? I, once again, separate into 3 different phases as well. The very first phase of only development of environmental protections policies of Thailand, NESDP number 1 till number 6. Once again, for 30 years of Thailand, we exclude, means that we only highlight economic growth, not even care about the balance in terms of environment at all. The first phase of development of Thailand. We start talking about environmental protections policy in our national strategies in NESDP number 7. Because of we ratify what's so-called UNFCCC, so that's why it's triggered us or it's pushed forth us to bring environmental protections policy into our national strategies. And then once again, as you see, the third phrase, we include Thai morals into environmental protections policy with the self-sufficiency. But when you look a deep closer in environmental protections policy in NESDP, it's not only talk about Thai morals or self-sufficiency. They incorporate a lot of financial incentive measures in that plan. No matter what, carbon credits, no matter what, trading carbon emissions, no matter what, investment, a promotion package to boost up or to pushing forth the environmental protections, preservations, for example. What happened? Then once we see two parallel developments of Thai morals and environmental protections policy. We see something in these pictures, in this figure. You're going to see the separations between the developments of Thai morals and environmental protections policies in Thailand. And once it's merged, we merge it with self-sufficiency principles. And interestingly, once it's merged with self-sufficiency principle, it's only in the national plan. But in reality, we see that a lot of incentive, a lot of financial incentive, a lot of economic incentive measures being incorporated in environmental protection policy, not only the self-sufficiency. And more interesting than that, when we go a little bit deeper, means that here NSDP is the national levels of analysis. My team go deep into the local level and regional levels about the policy, about the activities, about the programs that those entities act. We realize that it's not the word self-sufficiency that being incorporated in those levels, but what's supposed to be the words of Thai morals that incorporate in the lower level of entity. That word is public mind or public participation, which for me, totally different from self-sufficiency. If separations and once it merged, it seemed okay. But once again, it raised more concern because of the mismatch, or for me, disagreement between these two principles. You're talking about self-sufficiency at the national level with environmental protection policy during the low carbon society. What's supposed to be the mismatch? What's supposed to be the disagreement? Self-sufficiency means you need to be moderate. But low carbon society, not necessary. It's not necessary for you to be moderate. For example, buying super expensive eco-friendly products, being moderate. Setting solar rooftop for your house, is that moderate? It's not moderate. So that's why kind of mismatch, kind of disagreement between these two principles that Thai government, basically Thai government agency, try to match between self-sufficiency and environmental protections policy. That's the course. That's maybe a super concern. Number 3, contrast between the moral, Thai moral, which is really static. But in terms of mechanisms of environmental protections policy, it's super dynamic. Environmental protections policy developed from time to time, especially after COP26 of Thailand. Our Prime Minister promised or commit to be the net zeros in 2065. So that's why a lot of financial incentive measures pop up. So you can see the dynamics of measure, see the dynamics of policy. But when we talk about Thai morals among Thai society, what's supposed to be a very good Thai citizen? It's static. So that's why once something change, but something static or stay still, Thai government rather select the financial or economic incentive measure to drive or to change the behavior of Thai citizen. And overall, I would like to recap my presentations. Basically, once again, after observing the phenomenon, Thailand being trapped in money and morality trap right now, means that Thai citizens still cannot change our behavior or norms or transform morality into norms. What went wrong with that in terms of Thai policy? You're going to see that separations of Thai moral to environmental protections policy. You can see the issues concerning the mismatch of Thai morals that they pick with the environmental protections policy. You're going to see the statics against the dynamic of the mechanisms of these two principles. So that's collusions. We're going to see that its main consequences, conflicts of the development of policy, principle and characteristic of the promotions of Thai morality in the dynamic of low carbon society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your two traps, morality and money. It's not specific in Thailand. I think that it's very universal issues in here. I hope you guys have some questions about this. Did you see from there, India, Thailand, China, and Korea? You see from west to east, there's some shape of our face is a little different, right? Okay, I introduce you to Anuja from India.
Thank you so much. Namaskar and good afternoon to one and all over here. I'm Anuja from Jawaharlal Nehru University School of Social Sciences, New Delhi. And I'm representing my university as well as the Indian Council of Social Science Research, that is ICSSR. We have with us Member Secretary Professor Dhananjay Singh and the Deputy Director of International Collaboration, Mahesh P. Madhukarji over here. So I'm really very thankful to the Member Secretary that you have given this opportunity to be the part of this conference. And I would also like to thank the organizers, COSRAC, AASSREC, Yonsei University, NRC, and of course, Michelle. You have always tried to make all of us comfortable while the email and other important messages that you have given to all of us. That was really great. Thank you. And I would really thanks to all the organizers for giving this opportunity to be the part of international conference on which we are discussing since morning, that is social science in Asia, past, present, and future. I would also like to thank you all the organizers, for bringing the most brilliant minds on the same platform to think, rethink on research and development, science and policy, sustainable development, and inclusive areas under social sciences. So this is the second session of the conference, so in which I'm supposed to deliberate on the role of social sciences plays, how it is playing and shaping the policies, how this is enhancing the social science research as well. And I believe that this is also one of the major themes of this conference, and the central point, of course, which is definitely giving the direction for the Asian social sciences to pave their ways in the area of research in the future, and you can say, and how we are going to take this particular conference in a positive way. So can I have my PowerPoint, please? So yes, you can see the topic. It is talking about the bringing social science to the fore, impact of social science research in policy making and change in contemporary India. So in this, I would like to situate the often that is unacknowledged impact and that social science inquiries have on the policy making and trigger lasting and social change in the country. So the gap between sciences and social science, what we are discussing since morning, that it is presumed to be the gap between the practical knowledge and theoretical apprehension, and the misplaced superiority of former over the later has been a global phenomenon. In order to bridge the gap between the two, we must first treat the two fields as distinct yet complementary in their eventual framework. So social science research basically refers to the study of human society, social relationships, including the behavior of individual, groups, and institutions. It encompasses a broad range of disciplines, including sociology, psychology, economics, political science, and many other social sciences. The role of social sciences in policy making stems from the fact that it reflects the social realities and phenomena, making the implications highly pertinent to implement and emulate. There are significant and far-reaching implications of these research practices that have informed policies in potent social fields of health, education, gender equality, etc. It has also, in recent times, we have acknowledged these works this policy making in arenas of, you can say, in the sciences, and that of influence that makes us make the social change. That thrust must be put on multifaceted understanding of the associated phenomena as opposed to the convention and critical use of Anglo-centric lenses to study and tackle indigenous issues. So the same applies in the Indian context, where oftentimes social science research leads to policy making, geared towards social changes, and in other words, knowledge budgets policy. So we can see, yeah. So here we can see the first slide. It is the Bhupendra Yadav. He's a social scientist who talks about the social scientists have always been seen as the poorer, less glamorous, and more crisis-ridden country cousin of the urban natural scientists. So what exactly, what I can say is over here that we in social sciences, we see that it is the science is more objective, and the social science, we can say it's subjective, malleable, and dynamic. So social science, as we all know, have always been given a secondary treatment over natural sciences. So given the primacy of social system in country like India, it only makes sense of social sciences to fuel policy making and eventual social changes. So towards this end, social science must do more than just be a domain of representation, but must lead to social transformation of, or you can say, social change. So this is what you can say is like social science must hold scientific ethos that has informed Indian knowledge systems since times immemorial, but also not lose touch with what makes it useful, distinct, and element of hope and moral sensitivity. So before this, what exactly I wanted to say that enlightenment aspired to produce knowledge for social betterment, and the mission of social sciences from its beginning was to produce useful knowledge. The social sciences were born with the hope that they would enlighten public opinion and inform public policy. So it produces ideas on the basis of logic or facts gathered to test hypotheses, just like the natural sciences. So only the ignorant would treat this activity as peripheral and inessential. So Amor Vail rightly states that politicians and government officials debate and modify or wholesomely utilize social science-based evidence in policy making, even though such use is not commonly acknowledged. Social science research, basically, as we are all aware of, includes the study of human society and social relationships, and also, you can say, as stated earlier, in countries like India, given how primary social systems are to be, social science research has undeniable implications on policy making and eventually social change. So in practice, the social science have pursued a dual project, you can say a science project and a political, national political project. So Indian social science has a science project, which means social scientists want a deeper understanding of human behavior, relationships, institutions, etc., and also seek approval and recognition for their theoretical output from their peers spread and world over. So social scientists also have this natural political project, which basically talks about to improve the human conditions, to protect the homeland, grow the economy, strengthen the democracy, etc. And for this, they seek recognition for their policy inputs from the administrators. So we can see here that I have tried to make my concept, which I would be adding the theory that is called a critical mass theory, as we all know, is a theory that posits the significance of a minimum threshold needs to trigger a useful collective change. So I have tried to apply the same 2-point to the phenomenon of diffusion of ideas from research to policy to social change. So this is done to tackle the rightful assertion that social science research, unlike basically the scientific research, is not very dependable in terms of replicability of its findings. So a minimum threshold of research inquiries must be required to validate a given thesis, which then furthers policy implementation and triggers social change. So we have a few examples that that the government is playing a very important role over here. That is where the social science research on the field, which is empirical research from where we get basic data and where we can put that into our policy making. So first example I can put is national education policy. This is National Education Policy 2020 as an example of the nation's intrinsic social-centric ethos when it comes to education. So this aims to improve availability and access to the individual to education across communities and make it inclusive and socially conscientious. So POIS, and this also says that multidisciplinary approach and removal of hard distinction between sciences and social sciences. So it draws from the recommendation made by studies, academicians, stakeholders, that how this, when you are lacking in education on the ground level, then how this is going to help you out and further. The other example is like what I could put over here. It is the low female workforce participation in India. Though India has low female workforce participation rate, so Western Anglo-centric understanding lacks in that. It doesn't recognize the distinction between the spatio-cultural practices and gendered traditions specific to the non-Western countries like India. So various research in the field of gender recognizes these shortcomings, in turn affecting important policy initiatives like working women's, hostel, vocational training centers, and etc. So you can see the figure over here. It talks about the women in the workforce. It talks about how this employable talent of women and men is, it's shown. The percentage is less, of course, women, and share in workforce where women is also lacking behind. So there are the arrows which is showing in the bracket, I could say, that what are the reasons behind why these things are happening, because of household responsibilities, could be the gender inequality, unequitable work distribution, gender gap in educational attainment. So all these things which came to the researchers, to the stakeholders, to the academician while they were doing research on the ground. So what policy implications have been given? The Women Empowerment Center, Swadhar Housing Scheme, and there is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, that is Save Daughters, Educate Daughters, which is really, it is just a campaign, but it is developing very much in the, you can say we have seen the implications of this. So Women Helpline and support of training employment program as well. So other example, yeah, I will definitely finish in a while. Here, what exactly we need to come on that, what we say is, this is the second example, what is on the low sex ratio at the birth for child and lower enrollment of girls in schools in India. And inquiries into this has shown the reason which are largely related to socio-cultural and economic aspects of the country. So the examples have already been set out, that Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, how they have put that into the policy arena. So the last example, this is health related, and this has helped in identifying the socio-economic factors that contribute to unequal health outcomes across demographies. Research has shown that income and social status are key determinants of health outcomes, which people from lower income groups experiencing high rates of child health issues, morbidity, and mortality. And this has also, the government has set the idea, the policy like Ayushman Bharat, PM Jan Arogya Yojana, and therefore there are many other policies which has taken place. So finally, this is one small, I have tried to make it through the diagram which shows that how the common markers are showing that how the poverty is just coming down, how it is affecting other people, and how the policy making is taking place in the government, how they are adopting through all this, you can say, from the ground reality. So finally, I could say that at the end, that social science have come a long way since independence, when its very inceptions was based on Western ideas and reflected Western Anglo-centric notions of India. So you can say that it is apparent by the many initiatives taken by the government that hinged on the evidence-based research carried out in various fields of social sciences, that in its most concentrated form, social science research could prove to be deeply significant field to effect social change. So by taking all this into cognizance, I can say that the empirical study, research on the basis of, you can say, qualitative understanding, that is very important to bring out the policy making for the government and help them out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I can get a good impression from her unique piece about social science. As a member of social science, I have some questions, but we can save the question after this. And now we have another Prime Minister scholar from Australia, Hughes White. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Lee. It's a great pleasure to be here back in Seoul, one of my favourite cities. I'd like to join others in thanking the organisers for bringing us all together here in such fine style, and it's a great pleasure and privilege to be on this panel. We've heard some fascinating reflections on questions of the role of social sciences in confronting contemporary public policy questions, and the issue I want to speak about today is one that I think is an urgent public policy issue for all of the countries represented here. It was one, in fact, that Professor Lim touched on in his fascinating keynote speech, and that is the question of great power rivalry and the management of great power rivalry in the years and decades ahead. It's clear from events both in Europe and in East Asia that we're living through an era in which great power rivalry, both on the political and strategic spectrum, is escalating very swiftly. The story in East Asia, of course, in Europe, of course, is one that we could spend a lot of time discussing, but I want to focus on the East Asian aspects here. In East Asia, we're seeing intensifying rivalry, and we see and recognise a growing danger that could result in war, and indeed a growing danger that could result in a nuclear war, as the key competitors are nuclear armed, and that would of course be extraordinarily catastrophic. It's therefore, I think, clear, perhaps even self-evident, that the management of these rivalries and the avoidance of the danger of war is among the most urgent and vital tasks for policymakers, not just in the governments of the great powers themselves who are involved in those, most directly involved in those strategic contexts, but for middle and smaller powers as well, who, for all kinds of reasons that we understand, are very directly involved in that. And I think nowhere is this more pressing than here in East Asia. This poses a challenge and a responsibility for a range of disciplines amongst the social sciences. I think we as social scientists must consider how best to help policymakers understand the risks and the opportunities they face and the options that are available for addressing the underlying drivers of these great power rivalries and how they might be resolved. Historians, political scientists, economists, international relations scholars, and many others can contribute to this work. And it's all the more demanding because the resurgence of great power rivalry as a major factor in international affairs seems so contrary to the expectations that we built up in the decades after the Cold War, when it was so easy to imagine a great power rivalry had become a thing of the past, something we didn't need to worry about anymore. So it requires us to respond effectively to this challenge. It requires us to reacquaint ourselves with the ideas and analyses that emerged in the long decades of strategic and economic contestation before the end of the Cold War, and also to searchingly address the differences between those earlier episodes and those we face today. And in this paper, what I want to do, just very briefly, is sketch the kind of contribution that the social sciences might make to policy making on these questions, and how that policy making and our contribution might be informed both by the similarities and differences between today and some of the darker periods of recent history. I'll do that by looking at three particular issues. The first is the causes of rivalry. Our first step as social scientists might be to help policymakers understand the underlying causes of the rivalry between powerful states in this part of the world. Many of the factors at work here are, of course, many factors are at work here, of course, but it does appear that different views of respective powers' roles in the regional and global orders is a key driver. In Asia, for example, it seems to me that China seeks to reassert its place as a great power in an East Asian strategic order against the vision of a US-led regional order that emerged after 1945 and which was expanded and consolidated in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s. These different visions of respective of the regional order, respective role of China and America in the regional order, also of course carry implications for the global order, because China, like Russia in Europe, seeks a multipolar global order in which no one state predominates globally, but in which a number of the world's strongest states all have equal roles in collective global leadership. That's a very different vision from the post-Cold War idea of a unipolar, US-led global order. If those observations are correct, they raise a number of key questions about how the social sciences might help to answer. How relevant and helpful is the traditional concept of a great power that we've inherited from histories past, and associated ideas such as spheres of influence and so on? How helpful are those concepts in understanding the current issues of regional and global order? How do we see the emergence or re-emergence of orders of distinct regional strategic orders after so many decades in which we've focused primarily on global orders, either the global order that was framed by the bipolar contest between the US and the Soviet Union in the Cold War, or the idea of a unipolar US-led order that has dominated in the decades since the Cold War? And how well do the differing visions of a unipolar and multipolar global order fit the emerging realities of the global distribution of wealth and power, when that distribution has shifted so sharply, so quickly, so fundamentally in the last few decades, and that shift is continuing today? Our second step might be to help policymakers understand the validity or invalidity of the historical analogies which have so fruitfully populate all the discourse about these sorts of questions. Professor Lim again mentioned the Thucydides trap. Historians stretching back 2,500 years, and one could have an interesting discussion about that. But I think it's more important perhaps to look at the 20th century examples. I was very struck by Professor Underhill Sem's invocation of Maori wisdom in talking about walking backwards as you go forwards. It's a very profound and important truth. The trick is, where do we look as we look backwards? What do we look at? Now, a lot of the discussions about what people are calling the new Cold War and thinking about how we should respond to it are framed by an analogy with the last Cold War. And that, of course, has obvious appeal, but I think we need to be very conscious of how limited that analogy is. This contest between America and China, or for that matter, the contest between America and Russia, which is one of the factors in the European crisis, is very different from the contest that framed the Cold War. Differences in the relationship between the contestants, the ideological dimensions, the economic dimensions, and so on. And I think we need to be very careful not to just fall back into habits that some of us at least remember from the Cold War as a template for dealing with what is, I think, an equally, perhaps in some ways even more dangerous situation, but which has very different drivers. A second part of the past that we tend to look at is the Second World War, and particularly the tragic years leading up to the Second World War. It's been seen by many as offering a useful guide to today's challenges. The idea that the failure of appeasement of Germany and Japan in Europe and Asia in the decades before the Second World War encouraged their aggression, and has been advanced by some Western policymakers to suggest that no concession should be made to the ambitions of China, or for that matter of Russia, in framing a new regional or global order. But here again, caution is called for. Circumstances of the 1930s were very different from today, and the blanket application of the so-called lessons of Munich, which suggests that no compromise should ever be made with an ambitious rising power, looks to me like a recipe for failure this time round as it has in the past. After all, the lessons of Munich were applied for to drive many notable policy mistakes in the decade since 1945, including the Suez Crisis of 1956, the Vietnam War, and the invasion of Iraq. The example of the rivalries that led to the war in 1914 might have received less attention as a model for how we think about the present crisis. But that might offer more valuable lessons to today's policymakers, and one useful role of social scientists might be to try and draw that out. That episode was, after all, an era in which serious rivalries led to war, which was far more catastrophic than many imagined, in the wake of which all sides agreed that they would have been far wiser to compromise in their varying visions of regional and global order, rather than to fight over them. Social scientists have a lot to offer in refining our understanding of these episodes and their applicability to today's problems. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, social scientists today can make a vital contribution to addressing the challenges of great power rivalry by warning of the dangers that they create and offering new ideas about how they might be resolved. Warning of the dangers includes, of course, helping to build a better understanding of the probabilities and consequences of war, which policymakers and wider communities alike seem to me too readily to overlook. But it could also include creating more awareness of the economic, social and environmental costs and consequences of rivalry or war for all countries and all peoples. Contributing to solutions includes helping policymakers imagine what a new regional and global order might look like and how they can be constructed. The need for fresh thinking is clear because today we do face unprecedented challenges in constructing and sustaining peaceful, stable and just regional and global orders, with new distributions of wealth and power, new dynamics in international relations, new social, economic and political pressures within states, and new urgent global challenges that can only be addressed cooperatively, of course, including climate change. To address these challenges in regions like Asia, every country will have to rethink old questions about how they see themselves relating to their neighbours and how they fit into the regional and global order. Our shared aim and responsibility as social scientists must be to help build new regional and global orders that are stable, peaceful, fair and just, and to ensure that those new regional orders and global orders come into being peacefully. And we must do that cooperatively between nations and peoples. In doing that, our deep traditions as social scientists of international cooperation, mutual respect and understanding will be a vital asset. Thank you.
Even though we are all social scientists, different from the other piece, the other three pieces, he is tackled the security issues, and also I'm totally agree with the final paragraph of his piece. Our shared aim and responsibility, and will be a vital asset. Yeah, and I think that you have some questions for him, and then I already told you that please save the question after this. And I already
Professor Lee, can you hear me?
The guy from Park In Hui.
Professor Lee, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I couldn't see you. Oh, now I see you. Yeah, you got the corona
Professor Lee,
now,
can
right
you hear
now?
me?
So, okay. Okay, I saw you now.
Well, if anyone can hear me, please let me know. Is it okay? Is it working? Is the Zoom working?
Yes, okay. And now you have 20
Okay,
minutes
great.
here.
I'm very sorry. Whatever the reason, forgive my participation through the Zoom. Actually, this morning, I got confirmed COVID-19. So, you know, I simply decided to participate the conference through the online space. Okay, thank you for the very kind introduction, Professor Dong Lee, and also I do appreciate the colleagues who are in the same panel. This is very meaningfully designed by the Korea Social Science Council to share the academic concerns and questions among Asia, or even including some other countries outside Asia. On behalf of the Korea Association of International Studies, I'm currently teaching at Ewha Women's University, which is the largest women's-only university in the world. To share with you what is the current South Korean international relations and what are the major academic questions among South Korean scholars in the field of international relations, and also including the security and inter-Korean relation. What is the main academic targets and questions in the region, Northeast Asian region as well. Okay. Again, this is my great honor to have the chance to share my idea with you. All other scholars who are representing each country. I do have, firstly, many scholars, even people from the policy side, they say that, argue that there are a lot of changes in international order, whatever their perspective is, whatever their academic background is. So I briefly mentioned about that. And in the context of changes in international order circumstance, what is the uniqueness of the features of Korea, including the divided condition, North Korean issue, etc. And in particular, I would like to emphasize the connectiveness, connectivity between Korea and international society. Well, under the name of the globalization, under the name of the international liberal order, whatever your term is, every country is supposed to a deep interdependence with international society. But in case of Korea, whatever the criteria is, the interdependent relation between Korea and international society is very strong and unique. I'm going to point out that. And moving to Korea's identity in terms of Northeast Asia, okay, for instance, China, Japan, Russia, or even US, they have their national interests in the name of the Northeast Asia, but no one identified them as Northeast Asian country. If I have to figure out or point out one country which is mostly symbolically Northeast Asian state in terms of the national identity, I'd like definitely point out Korea. I'm going to explain that point. And finally, what we have to do, what Korea needs to do in terms of the policy suggestions, in terms of the academic research, what we have to prepare from the perspective of Korea to achieve better international peace. That is my final word. Debates over the changes, right? Everyone, you can easily understand, the current international liberal order after the end of the World War II, And in particular, after the end of the Cold War, on the name of the globalization, we have experienced a very meaningful 30 years history of globalization, whatever your definition of globalization. And then recently, people both from the academia and policy makers share there have been serious series of changes, international changes in international order. Specifically, someone may point out global financial crisis around 2010 was kind of the beginning of the interesting starting point in terms of the changes of liberal international order. And someone may point out, the disappearance of the American role as an international public goods provider. Or someone may point out the deeper and stronger conflict between U.S. and China. Whatever your concern, whatever your major target is, we know that something has changed around us, okay? And most importantly, for the last 3 years, the whole global society is experiencing the COVID-19. It is a part of the security issue. It is part of the democracy issue. It is part of the human rights issue, and it is a part of the role of the government. Okay, so a serious changes in the current international order. In particular, in the perspective of international relations, international politics, the changes is, under the idea of the specific idea of the return of power politics. Okay, power politics is a very popular term in international relations, international political theory. What are the specific happenings under the return of power politics? You can easily point out Ukraine war. Russia choose war to confirm her national security. Okay, and the option, policy option of war is less attractive these days. But somehow Russia finally choose option of war to guarantee their interest. Anyway, after whatever it is, after the end of the Ukraine war, a lot of the new happenings and changes in international relations as well. And US-China power competition, conflict, structural confrontation, and very interesting, stronger partnership between US and India. Asia used to be divided by 4 regions, including East Asia, Southeast Asia, Middle East, Central Asia. But recently, these days, from American side, under the name of the Indo-Pacific strategy, okay, the 4 regions of Asia, the differences among 4 regions is getting, to disappear, and America strategically combined all the, Asian region, whatever their reason is. And also, we clearly identify another group of country, okay? Another group of country could be, according to my term, is kind of the country in the third way. That category include countries such as Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and, how they're seriously pursue their unique diplomatic position in the current international relations. And many scholars in Korea, these days we dramatically begin to watch European countries' behavior again. The key players in Europe, such as Germany, France, those countries very carefully handling their diplomatic positioning between US and China, and what is their balancing options in terms of handling 2 superpowers. These are our major concerns under the circumstances of the changes in international order. Well, in terms of the features of Korea, every country has their own identity. Korea, it could be debatable, but out of the all 40 to 50 Asian countries, every country, as you know, in the beginning of the modern age, okay, how many years, how many history of the modern age, you know, roughly speaking, 300 or 400 years. Out of the 300 or 400 years history of the modern period, the nation state, they have almost every nation state has two goals. One is economic growth, and second is democratization. Okay, European countries, part of the Asian countries, US, and then they have two simultaneous two goals, right? Economic achievement and democratic achievement. Korea is one of the very few examples in Asia with the achievement of the two goals, right? Economic growth and political democratization. It is interesting, currently uniqueness, identity of Korea, and very close alliance with United States, right? Very close alliance with United States. This is very complicated academic, you know, phrase. Even though I simply mention a close alliance with the United States, but you know, comparing with any other Asian or East Asian countries, Korea's closeness to U.S. is kind of the unique one. Okay, and again, the strong interdependence with Asian society and most representative Northeast Asian state. Well, regarding Korea and East Asia, or regarding Korea and Northeast Asia, I would like to point out two things. Okay, I would like to point out two things. The first one is many social science scholars in Korea, in particular in the field of international relations, we are curious why spillover effect is not happening among East Asian countries. For instance, economic relation between Korea and Japan, economic relation between Japan and China, economic relation between Korea and China is, you know, strong enough and deep enough. Three countries, Korea, Japan, China, three countries, global GDP is more than almost 30% of the whole global GDP. And about 30% of Korea's economy, or another kind of 20 to 30% Japanese economy is possible because of our relation to China. But socially, economically, we are very interdependent in one East Asian or Northeast Asian community. But if we move our issue to political ones or security area, the situation is completely different. So while there is no meaningful spillover effect, for instance, that happened and experienced within European countries, if we take a look at the whole long process of the development of the European Union, you know, it is very unique and interesting happenings in East Asia. Second point is North Korean issue. Okay, well, North Korean nuclear problem is not my main argument today, but one thing is whenever North Korea people, they have chance, North Korean leader, they say that nuclear issue, their nuclear ownership is kind of for their survival, right? Whatever their, you know, I'm not sure, you know, whatever their logical problem is, anyway, according to their argument, okay, nuclear ownership is their survival. Since they identify nuclear issue in terms of their survival, I mean the North Korean people, they justify American and Chinese intervention to the Korean Peninsula. Okay, in particular regarding security issue because of North Korean nuclear one. So completely or differently from North Korean never-ending argument of the 주체, 주체 ideology, but in terms of their survival, they completely depend on US and China. Okay, so sometime in the future, one unified Korea, or sometime in the future, unification of Korea is very serious and meaningful structural change of East Asian region. So from the Korea's perspective, regarding Korea interdependence, connectiveness between Korea and the region, East Asia, I pointed out two things, okay? Absence of the spillover effect and North Korean issue. Well, what is our understanding regarding changes in international order? Well, still, everyone say that the world is changing, but still Korea's more than 80% of Korea GDP, because of trade, okay? Because of trade. And after the Korean War years ago, more than 70 or 75 years ago, when we had the Korean War, we had a survival problem. Okay, Korea solved the survival issue years ago when we had a Korean War. Okay, how we solved? We solved because of the Korea-U.S. alliance partnership, and then we have problem of economic development. Okay, after we solved the survival issue by having U.S., and then our next problem was target is economic development. How we solved it? We achieved economic development. How we solved it? By Park Chung-hee, by having Park Chung-hee. Differently speaking, since we choose so-called soft authoritarianism, we solved the problem. After we solved the economic issue, economic development, and then we faced another problem, which is political development and democratization, which was mid and late 80s and early 90s. We solved the problem again. Okay, as we solved the economic issue in terms of Park Chung-hee, how we solved the political issue, political development, we solved by the so-called the beginning of the Korean middle class, okay, by simply saying beginning of the Korean middle class. In particular, the foreign scholars, I'm not sure how much you're familiar with Korean current domestic situation. We have a serious ideological conflict, and we have a serious, domestic debate. But over the 30 years of globalization, for the last 30 years of globalization, Korea is one of the representative example, typical example, who achieved, maximum benefit from the globalization in terms of the trade, in terms of the, South Korean K culture, whatever, okay, in terms of the, Korea's individuals' participation to international organization, whatever the criteria is, Korea achieved maximum benefit from the globalization, okay, and somehow the current administration, Yoon Suk-yeol administration, under the name of the global people state, we are very energetically, trying to figure out a Korean unique place in the international relations. Okay. Okay, so we need not only peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula, but also we definitely need peace and stability of the whole Northeast Asia, or the whole East Asia. Why? Because Korea is the only most representative country under the identity of the Northeast Asia. And a strong power projection of US-China competition to the East Asia or Korean Peninsula, therefore a well-balanced peaceful relation, not only to US, but also China as well, okay? And North Korean problem is major regional issue concern, but South Korean people, South Korean, each people's suggestion or solution could be different in terms of handling North Korean issue. But we have a unanimous agreement. North Korean problem should be peacefully solved. Okay, and Yes, but again, as I mentioned before, North Korea, they developed very interesting logic of the survival by having nuclear capability. Okay, so this is the very interesting beginning of the post-COVID-19. Post-COVID-19 international order, scholars or policymakers, they have their own solution option based on their own background. But I can clearly see, kind of the rise of the competing internationalism. Okay, very serious upcoming competition among different multilateralism. Okay, it could be China-centric multilateralism, US-centric multilateralism, European country-centric multilateralism, or third-way country-centric multilateralism, whatever. I can see, upcoming very serious competition among different multilateralism. And so Korea figured out what is the peaceful coexistence among different multilateralism. And also we would like to see, we are very interested in to provide Korea's unique capability for global issue. Could it be human rights issue, could it be gender issue, could it be North Korean issue, whatever. We have to, show our competence to the international society with a specific solution. And again, peaceful solution for North Korean nuclear issue and regionalism should be, interesting one in East Asia. But East Asian regionalism doesn't, mean any kind of closeness or close, regionalism and that we have seen before. Okay, that's it. Thank you for your attention. And if I have chance, I will share my idea with further just Q&A session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Even though I'm a Korean, I didn't understand and I didn't know so far. Thank you for your sharing. And you look sick. And we have 12 minutes before recess. So if you have any questions about all the presenters except Park In-hee, he's sick. That's why if you have any, raise up your hand and then first of all introduce yourself and ask a question.
Thank you very much, presenter, for your great presentation. I have three questions. The two questions for a presenter from India and China, and the last one for a presenter from India. So first question is, India and China are the largest and the second largest population in the world. One province or state, even larger than many countries in the world. So I want to know, are there any room or what to attention, and in what area that the provincial authority or the state authority have a right to make their law or policy relatively independent from the central government? The first question. The second question is that experience from Vietnam that the social science institution have a very close relationship with the central government, including the industry ministry and the prime minister, something like that. But at the local level, this relationship is weak. I want to know about the situation in China and in India in this term. And the third question that, as you said, gender inequality is a big problem in India. So I don't know how the government have any policy to reduce the gender inequality, especially to support the girls? So, and how it work in practice? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You questions 6 items to 2 countries. Okay, and then
I want to give my question to Professor Hugh White. As a political scientist, we are sharing similar dilemma and question and subject together. Just one thing, it might be a question or consultation with you. I'm a political scientist. Sometimes I regard myself as a professor of politics rather than political science. In the past Cold War era, political science didn't work in Korea very well. Politics worked. After democratization, after the collapse of the Cold War system, political science began to work. Now, as you mentioned, we are entering into, again, great rivalry between the two countries. Some might call it new Cold War era. So what shall we do? As a senior political scientist, should we stand with the politics or political science? That's my question.
okay, we have some questions. So first of all,
So I'm sorry that yeah, maybe I didn't get your question well. So it's about the from my understanding that I will answer it in the because I'm a law professor, so I will answer it in the field of law that I study in. So in recent years, I think there's a lot of change in China in the field of law. And so like in the field you just mentioned the gender equality. So it's not for me, the question? Okay, so could you please illustrate your question, or I will tell what I want to share.
Sorry, I will ask my question again. The first two questions for you and the presenter from India. The first question is because China and India is the big countries in the world. So each province or each state in your country is even larger than many countries in the world. So I want to ask, are there any room, or to what extent and in what area the provincial authority or the state authority have a right to make their law or policy relatively independent from central government? Okay, the first question. The second question is, experience from Vietnam that, social scientists, have a close relation with, the ministry and the government at the central level. But at the local level, this relationship is very weak. I want to know about this situation in China and in India. Okay, it's two questions for you and for the case in India. And the last question for India, that, gender inequality. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I got it. And thank you for the question. China, we are a unitary state. So in the constitution that the locals, like the province and the cities and counties, they are supposed to give full play to the initiative, the local government, and under the united governance and under the central government. But in these days, with the rapid development of the local economy, so the localities, they also have more and more power to make their own decision. But as a unitary country, I think is, according to law, so there are a strict hierarchy so to perform all the powers. And I think the power checked, the power structure between the central government and the local government is strictly performed under the according to the law, to the constitution and the laws and the regulations. And I think it's health in nowadays, the structures and its operation.
Yeah, thank you. It was a nice question, and that is actually the concept that gender inequality is very much, you can see in India and many other countries, but the inequality that is there in India is quite, it could be a different way of understanding there, because we, generally we are the patriarchal mindset, patriarchal society where we basically focus on, and on that basis also something it is, you can say the problem is more problematic in a sense than other country. This, when I was mentioning about the spatio-cultural differences, that is the region-wise, the geographical differences is in a different country, that India is facing in a different way of understanding also. It also understands citizens in a different way. The other country understands it in a different way. So handling things differently in each country, that is like India has a distinct culture, tradition in ethos. So while what exactly your question, I have already given my views on gender inequality, where it is like what government is doing for this particular issue. So, and how it is going to be the policy making. Because government, when you talk about gender inequality, there could be many areas where you can focus on. It could be labor force participation, it could be the education, it could be the sex ratio, it could be health issue. So where the government is actually, the present government is very focusedly and very extensively, they are working on the ground level way. They are working on each and every region on this issue. They have sent everywhere the matter related to gender inequality. It is with every university, they have given some way of answering it, how to tackle this problem. So the government, on basis of this, they are like sexual harassment at workplace, the act has been already implemented, the right to property has also been there. So all these things are coming up with how to cope up with the gender inequality. So we, as I showed in the PowerPoint there, that how labor force participation, if it is unequal, the talent, it is not matching with a man and a woman. So what government is basically doing, they are focusing on the training, they are focusing on the awareness, where women can come up to give their, like, they can know the way how to do the work. They are given, like, when there are many other issues, like women don't come up with, they are not very comfortable to come out from their house for the work. So they have, government has given the working women hostels to take care of all these problems. So I could say that government is working on this, and it is, and in coming days, this inequality issue will not be it will be not the problem for India. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, sir, for that very perceptive question. I should first make a confession. I'm not really a political scientist. I'm actually a lapsed philosopher. But look, it's one way of asking the question is to say that I think when we're faced with challenges like the challenges we face today, we need to be both. And that's a hard relationship to manage. I think the lawyers say, don't they, that hard questions make bad law? Is that the maxim? And I would say hard questions like how do our countries respond to the rising rivalry between the US and China, between those two visions of regional order? That's a very hard question for all of us in our different ways, from our different backgrounds, with our different geography and history and so on, but all of us find that difficult. And it's hard to strike the balance between being an ivory tower theorist on the one hand, or being down there in the marketplace of public debate on the other. So how can we strike that balance best? Well, it seems to me the first thing to do is to hold as tight as we can to the traditional virtues of scholarship. You know, conceptual clarity, respect for evidence, impartiality, following the logic where it goes. And I think, you know, that's something, you know, we can all do. One never wants to let go of that. But I think then, you know, using those virtues of scholarship to find the best answer we can, and the most sophisticated answer we can, not the one that, sort of, not the simple-minded response that people often reach for, but to really delve into the issues and get the most sophisticated response we can. And so, for example, not seeing the questions that we face in Asia as a question between siding with America or siding with China, but recognising that we need a regional order which accommodates both. And then I think, having thought that through and put as much substance into that idea as possible, what does it look like? What kind of an order would work in Asia to reconcile these two countries and provide space for the rest of us? Then we get out of the ivory tower, get down into the marketplace and try to shape and inform the public debate. But I would say I wouldn't want to do that as a politician. I'd rather do it as a citizen. And I think that might be the way to resolve the tension. Thank you.
Okay. We already spent four more minutes as we planned, but I think that our presenters' good presentation and good questions. So I declare this session is finished very successfully. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, session 2 ends. And we have now come to a brief intermission in our program. I am very happy to announce that it's time for a well-deserved tea break. We have arranged some coffee on the 2 spots in the back of this room. Also, there are 2 more designated areas which sell a delightful selection of tea, coffee, and other refreshments. One is Mahogany. Mahogany is just beyond the Global Student Lounge. And the other is, if you make a few more steps, like 5 meters, you have a Starbucks right out there. And we have also the Yeonse souvenir shop right on your right. And they sell lots of interesting stuff. Please take a look at that. And please note that the break will last for 20 minutes. So we expect you to come back to your seat by 3:05. Okay. Once again, please make your way to the refreshments area located out of the room and enjoy the break. Thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the third session. We now move forward to session 3. This session also is a very fascinating exploration. The session will be full of discussions about the role of social sciences in its relation to development. We also have several esteemed speakers who have exquisite expertise about the field. Ajin Choi, the president of the Korean Political Science Association, is going to moderate. Dear attendants for the session, please come up to the stage.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. So let me start the third session, the development and social science and development. And I am Ajin Choi, and president of the Korean Political Science Association and professor at Yonsei University. Before we actually start our panel, I would like to congratulations on the 50th anniversary of the Association of the Asian Social Science Research Councils, and thank you for Korean, the Social Science the Research Council for organizing this very important conference and inviting me to this important place. Okay, and then our session, the third session, is composed of the 5 presentations and 3 in-person presentations and 2 online presentations. So, and then as a moderator, I will give you 20 minutes for each presentations. And after all the 5 presentations, we will open the floors for Q&A, question and answer. And so just let me actually introduce our first presenter. Our first presenter is Professor Achunan Kopaibun from the Thammasat University from Thailand. And the title of the presentation is The Effects of the COVID-19 Pandemic on Global Production Sharing, Evidence of the Hard Disk Drive Industry of Thailand. And could you start, please?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Achunan Kopaibun, Faculty of Economics, Thammasat University. Also, on behalf of National Research Council of Thailand, who connecting me to this very important conference. It is a great honor to be here, to be participate in this conference, as well as visit the Yosei University. This is my first time. And thank you the organizer for inviting me to be here. Okay, can I get the slide, please? Okay, today my topic is about the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on global production sharing, evidence from hard disk drive industry of Thailand. This seems to be in line with the keynote speech in the morning. Okay, the issue is the COVID-19 has had a significant impact on global supply chain, leading to the shortage of goods and services. The shortage is used as a case in favor of being more self-reliant. People say, okay, we have a pandemic, we experience the shortage. Why not we build our thing by our own? Try to strengthen, try to have their own supply chain so that the country can weather future shock better. As a result, many countries have started launching financial incentive, financial package to bring production facility home from overseas operation. Very well known is reshoring and other similar things like friendshoring, nearshoring. We heard that very much in the past few months, especially after the U.S. launched two acts. One is the Chip and Science Act, 2000 Chip and Science Act, and another one is the Inflation Reduction Act. Sorry. Reshoring seems to fit well to the ongoing geopolitical tensions and growing protection sentiment all around the world that have been observed in the past 2 decades. The question is, how can we do given what we are? We are in the hyper-specialization world where different states of production process are located across different countries. That is the definition of global production sharing. Not one product produced in many countries. If we are in this world, we want to revert this one, how can we do it? Actually, to weather the crisis better, we just want to enhance supply chain resilience and robustness. Resilience means ability to return to normal operation over an acceptable period. Robustness means the ability to maintain operation during the crisis. Right. Reshoring option or the like seem very costly, and in many cases it's unlikely. It's not easy to do so, to collect all the production facility all around the world and back to home and doing by your own overnight. It takes time. Other alternative options, other alternative solutions are also available. Developing a risk management strategy, enhancing visibility and transparency of supply chain, or simply you lift up a bit more of your inventory, right? So there's other option. So again, this backdrop, I built this paper trying to use hard disk drive industry as a case to illustrate how hard disk drive manufacturers in Thailand weather the COVID pandemic. Why Thailand? Why hard disk drive? Thailand is the world #1 largest hard disk drive exporter. By 2011, by 2021, the export share of Thailand reached 30.8%. Basically, 1 out of 3 hard disk export to the world come from Thailand. To do so, my methodology in this paper is mapping hard disk and its inputs at the very disaggregate level, at the 6-digit harmonized product, and then examine their trade pattern, whether do they have a change. If they have some disruption, we would expect the export will slump or drop, change in import source, diversification of export destination. This is what I'm trying to do. At the center, we have a hard disk. We go very detailed at the 6-digit harmonize, the most disaggregate level of the trade data, and then link to the input that used in hard disk can be grouped in 7 big categories. Each category has their own harmonized code. And then we examine the trade pattern of each inputs and outputs. Here we go. This diagram, the blue line is the export value of hard disk drive, start from 2019, in June 2019, up to December 2021. You can see that the export experience a monthly fluctuate a bit, but it did not go along with the number of infected cases in Thailand. When we have COVID-infected case a lot, Thai government impose a lot of social distancing measure, but you can see there is no relationship. It means the export of hard disk hasn't been affected much by the COVID-19, even though we experience that kind of a number of cases peak on the orange line. Similar, if we look at the other key hard disk exporter in the world like China, we haven't seen any disruption on export value. Also, Ireland and the Philippines, also another player of the hard disk drive exporter, hasn't seen, except Philippines, only during the March and April that have a dip and then return to normal within 1 or 2 months. Right. In this figure, I look at the parts, right? The part, if you look at the vertical axis, that means the sum of the import, the import partner account for the total import. It means, let's say, look at the plastic. The vertical axis is nearly 80%. It means the following country, the 7 countries below in this diagram, cover nearly 90% of total import in this plastic part. You can see that the diagram, the color hasn't changed much. Sorry, this is a very economic research. We have a lot of data to talk about. Now, so you can see the number doesn't change much. Only dip during the March 2020. That's all, and then return to normal. At that time, China hit hard by the COVID-19, so they have some disruption, but they return to normal within 1 or 2 months. Similar to other parts, latch, seal and filter, metallic, aluminum, haystack, and electronics part. So this is the thing that happened. This is how hard disk drive manufacturer firm in Thailand weather the COVID-19. If we compare this one with the great flooding in Thailand experienced in 2011, that is the most severe natural disaster for the past 3 decades, measured by the number of people affected by the natural disaster. You can see that in this picture, the gray bar is the export value of hard disk drive in 2011. The yellow bar is 2012, and 2009, 2010, I reflect by the graph, the line. You can see that the great flooding took place in October. Definitely, when everybody, many factories were under the water, they cannot produce. The export dropped sharply. See the gray bar from September dropped almost half in October and another half in November. Only 2 months. Then they bounced back in December and returned to normal by March 2012. Only 4 months. Only 4 months. This doesn't change much if we look at the export value or just look at the quantity, number of hard disk drive we export. Right. If you look at this one, this is a share of the ASEAN 4 who export a lot of hard disk drive. Basically, this figure shows that the share is moving around 40%. 40% regardless whether Thailand experience the great flooding. But if you look in the detail, the blue bar is for Thailand, the yellow is for Malaysia, the gray is from Singapore, and the orange for Malaysia, gray for Singapore, and yellow for the Philippines. You can see that during the great flooding, October 2010, export share of Thailand dropped. But the sum of ASEAN 4 doesn't change much. It means when the natural disaster hit Thailand, hard disk drive maker switch to use production base in other ASEAN to export, to keep their volume constant, to keep their business going. This figure, almost the last one, this figure, if we try to compare when we have the crisis, we use pre-crisis, 6 months before crisis, as a 100, and see when the crisis hit, that's how the extent to which the export value drop. If we drop under the 100, it means they drop. If they exceed the 100, it means they surpass the pre-crisis, pre-shock. You can see that the yellow line is the great flooding. We dropped sharply only the first 2 months, and then return and surpass the level of pre-crisis in 5 months. It's very quick. For the COVID, we haven't seen any disruption at all. What I try to show in this figure, in this presentation, is definitely shock could interrupt operation of supply chain, and enhancing resilience and robustness of supply chain is needed. Enhancing the resilience and robustness is not a synonym of doing everything by yourself or become more self-reliant. Experience of hard disk drive manufacturing in Thailand, whether the shocks, COVID-19 or the great flooding, suggests existing production sharing setup is rather resilient and robust. While the shock can incur the huge cost to the firm, there would be relatively smaller as opposed to installing or starting a new production facility in another country. Any policy effort try to alter the supply chain based on the self-reliant justification must be done with care. It could do more harm than good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, for the second presentation, we have 2 presenters, and Professor Jofa Sakya from Negeri Seberang Universities, and Dr. Inaya Rakmani, Asia Research Center from Indonesia. And the title of the presentation is the role of the social science in the in addressing the inequalities, lessons learned from the Southeast Asian social science response to the pandemic. And could you start, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ajin. Slide, please. Today, my name is Inay Rahmani. Today, I'll be presenting with Zulfa Sakia. Thank you for COSREC, AASSREC, and NRC for hosting this wonderful conference, and thank you for all of the invisible workers to make the conference run smoothly. Special thanks to the Indonesian National Agency for Research and Innovation for nominating us on behalf of BRIN. This research, a bit of context on what we're presenting today, can you turn on the slide? Is based on the study that Zulfa and I have been doing since 2018. We studied inequalities in social sciences in neoliberal Indonesia. We published at the International Social Science Journal, and Zulfa led a study on female academics during the pandemic. So this is a concern that we have had for quite a while, and we have had the question on what is the role of social sciences in addressing inequalities in a more comparative way during the pandemic, because during the pandemic, all of the inequalities were brought to the surface, and despite having different historical specificities, some of the patterns that emerged are the previously marginal communities are even more marginalized during the pandemic, and despite consistent and stable economic growth in large countries and large economies in Asia and Southeast Asia, there is increasing wealth disparity across these sections of prosperous economic conditions. So when we talk about inequality, we talk about objective wealth disparity, and we talk about subjective inequalities in the form of racial inequalities, ethnicity, gender, etc. So it may come in the form of very specific socially subjective feelings of injustice. And the pandemic was a moment in time and space in which we were socially distanced and immobile. So these were observable across countries. Supported by IDRC and jointly organized with the Global Development Network, I'm the inaugural director of Asia Research Center in Universitas Indonesia. We organize an 11-country study through which we gain insights with using different approaches and methodologies to answer 5 key issues that we have all agreed upon across researchers and academics from various disciplines. We agreed that multidimensional crises are responded by disciplines in a monodisciplinary ways, and it's time for a rejuvenation, for an enlightening, for a recontextualization, and repositioning of Asian studies in a time where we're no longer talking about Cold War, we're no longer talking about post-colonial, although both traces exist until today. But because Asian studies are traditionally theoretically interdisciplinary, it's a time where us, social scientists, can borrow the logic of those participating in the research coming from political sciences, social sciences, anthropology, gender studies that participated in our research using multiple methods to answer a common research question. It was also co-funded and continued funded by the Indonesian endowment funding, education endowment funding in a 5-year study. So it's certainly borrowing Professor Archanun's a term can be done in a sharing way, funding sharing, organization sharing, to increase our resilience, both as social scientists and those sympathizing with those most disenfranchised by the ways that our societies are being organized by our current leaders. Some of the patterns in the studies will be presented by Zulfa. And we would also like to acknowledge Rosalia Scortino from Mahidol University and Sijang Shen, Thailand, with whom we carried out a meta-analysis of the country's insights. I'll give the floor to you, Zulfa. Thank you.
Thank you, Inaya. Inaya is my soul sister, not because we look alike, but because we fly from Indonesia together to Seoul, Korea. So it's been a real honor to sit here. for the first offline conference after the pandemic, and I'm very fortunate indeed to be able to sit here in Seoul, Korea, not just in terms of Seoul via Zoom meeting, but both body and soul. So in this, bear with me, in this blurring boundaries between body and soul as the impact of the pandemic, we're going to reflect on the social processes of the pandemic response in Southeast Asia and South Asia, especially with the highlight on inequalities as the title of our presentation today. So we're going to discuss about what roles do social science play in addressing inequalities. What lessons can we learn from the social science responses from Southeast Asia social science responses to the pandemic. So this presentation is, as Inaya mentioned, a report of a rapid assessment project led by Inaya, as well as Francisco Bin of the Global Development Network. And this comparative study mobilizes a group of social scientists across 11 countries in Southeast Asia, as well as South Asia, to explore the contribution of social science and social scientists to COVID-19 response. The countries listed are on the slides. So if we look back just a year ago, we remember vividly, I think, that South and Southeast Asia have become the global epicenter of the pandemic, to the point that Indonesia has had the highest mortality rate in the world. The pattern that we found from the rapid assessment across the 11 countries regarding the national pandemic response is that the pandemic response was largely state-driven, and the very basic assumption from this national response is that pandemic is seen as a mere security issue, as a mere medical issue. So this kind of a dominant perspective in undertaking policymaking is that these overlooked the socio-cultural dimensions of the pandemic itself. And I think we all agree here that COVID-19 pandemic is not just a medical problem, but it is a social disease with exposure, transmission, care, and outcomes. They are all mediated by social interaction. So it is key to highlight the needs of the inclusion of social science to respond to the pandemic. So the way we carried out this study was that we mobilized a group of social scientists from 11 countries in South and Southeast Asia. The countries have been listed in the previous slides. We asked these social scientists to reflect on their own contextual national settings. And the way we do this is by providing them with a research package to enable them to do the reflection. So the question that we ask is that first, whether or not there is this formal inclusion of social science knowledge and social scientists in the pandemic response. And second, whether there is funding available for them to do the research during the pandemic and about the pandemic. And third, whether there is interaction between the social science research that they do with the pandemic-related policymaking, and for whether there are any kinds of current or emerging initiatives led by social scientists in the region in collaboration with any CSOs or NGOs to respond to social inequalities as magnified by the pandemic. So there are 4 key findings that we would like to highlight today in this session about those 4 questions that we address. And the first one is regarding formal inclusion of social science research. What we mean by formal inclusion is that whether social science and social scientists are included to formulate and shape pandemic response policymaking. And the finding, the pattern that we found across these 11 countries is that the formal inclusion of social science research and scientists is marginal. And this is actually ironic or contradictory or a setback if we compare to the previous kind of public health policy making, such as HIV in Thailand or family planning and oral rehydration in Bangladesh, where social scientists were included in formulating and implementing and monitoring the policies. But anyway, in cases where social scientists were involved, they tend to come from technocratic and positivistic leanings, which means that although the data that they present were generalizable and wide scale, but this kind of approach ignored minority groups or those who are most vulnerable. So, but however, although these critical social scientists, although they are not included, they still and do make some impact by working on and playing their roles outside of formal structures. They play their critical roles in exposing the social dimensions of health and in researching inequalities and vulnerabilities that have been exacerbated by the effects of the pandemic. 5 minutes, okay. I noticed that, thank you. And the next one is that the funding for social science research, the pattern again is that the COVID-19 research was predominantly funded by national governments. However, there is this bias towards natural science, especially medical science and biomedical engineering, to, for example, develop vaccine for COVID-19 or any other biomedical intervention. However, we're then aware that, for example, with the anti-vaccine movement, we just realized that producing vaccine is as hard as getting people injected or getting people vaccinated. So that means that ideally that kind of funding should go to both streams with both approaches. However, although it's limited, but there is hope for foreign funding, and foreign funding shows a greater degree support for social sciences. For example, the Philippine Center for Integrative and Development Studies shows how the external funding that they attained enabled them to help the marginalized communities to survive. And regarding the interaction between social science research and policy making in cases where authoritarian government in Cambodia, for example, critical research findings are seen as a hostile criticism than constructive support to the government. But in spite of this kind of limitations, the very limited space that they've got, they still try to affect policy decisions through informal, pre-established institutional channels. So although their influence really depend whether they have someone close in policy-making positions and whether their voices will be heard. So these critical social scientists, they work together with NGOs, with CSO activists. They hold the government accountable in their policies for providing adequate health and social services to those most affected by the pandemic. So this is the emerging initiatives led by the social scientists. During the pandemic, where there is uneven distribution of health, either it was due to panic buying of vitamins or zincs, or oxygen, for example, or the shortage of supply and high demand of medicine, we need the kind of resources that is accessible on the ground and respond to these needs faster. And the pattern that occurred was that critical social scientists, they are engaged voluntarily in social movement with NGOs and CSO activists to create these everyday pantries and everyday health access up to a granular village level that cannot be provided directly by the state. So they can do this notably because they do not rely on state intervention. They do not wait until the top will go down onto the grassroots level, but they just directly work together and provide the services to people who need it the most. So the lesson learned that we can learn from this is that across these countries, social resilience on the ground is actually apparent across countries in Southeast Asia, and it happened outside of state intervention, state policies, and formal links between science academies, universities, and policy making. So in other words, these social scientists have contributed to social resilience at the ground by playing their roles outside of the state's official structures. They walk the talk that social science should and can play a critical role in exposing social dimensions of health and in researching inequalities and vulnerabilities. So those findings got us thinking into at least these 2 points when we're thinking of research, policy, community nexus and interaction. We need to think about what kind of social sciences are we mainstreaming into policy making, and how to place social science at the center of systemic efforts to build more resilient societies, especially during times of crisis. And our findings reveal that there is this cultural connection between policymakers on local level with those mobilizing resources on the field. So these 2 points, I think, are the most relevant where we're thinking about climate resilience. When we're talking about other issues, about climate resilience, for example, or climate adaptation, where we need to protect the most vulnerable of the climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Our third presenter is the Professor Yang Jun-seok from Sungkyunkwan University, and the title of the presentation is the Building Public Trust, Examining the Legitimacy of the World Health Organization as a COVID-19 related information provider. Could you start, please?
Okay. Thank you. My name is Jun-seok Yang. I'm assistant professor in political science at Sungkyunkwan University here in Seoul, South Korea. It is truly an honor to be here to introduce my research project with these distinguished audiences in many multiple countries in Asia. So today I'm very excited to present my project titled The Building Public Trust, Examining the Legitimacy of the World Health Organization as a COVID-19 related information provider that I have co-authored with the Namgyu Kim at Korea University and Byung-won Woo at Yonsei University. So the interdependence of our world has given rise to a myriad of complex issues that a single country cannot successfully address. For example, consider climate change, economic instability, or the threat of the terrorism. Then how to address these global threats? So many practitioners and the scholars argue that international organizations with their diverse membership and the mandates can play a pivotal role. Public health is a typical global change that many people expect that international organization, here the World Health Organization, as a specialized agency of the UN responsible for the international public health, can effectively tackle by serving as an agenda setter, coordinating countries' policy actions, and informing countries to more effectively deal with the public health issues. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization, WHO, had increasingly come under attack by the public. So we observed that there's delays in declaring it a public health emergency of the international concern, and also we saw there's some inconsistency of the information provided by the countries, and also at the same time those who criticize the WHO point out the suspicious of their political dependence on certain powerful country. And at the same time, many commentators started to realize that there is some limited funding and the resource management in the WHO, which make the people suspicious of the WHO's capacity to address this global challenge. So in fact, the recent studies have shown a sharp decline in public trust in the WHO during the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, the recent study conducted by the Guo et al., who used the World Value Survey data covering the 40 countries, we observed the strong negative association between the exposure to the COVID-19 pandemic and the trust, the public trust in the WHO. And at the same time, according to the Pew Research Center data, the most respondents in South Korea and Japan say that the WHO's handling of the coronavirus outbreak is somewhat or very bad. So in this research project, we would like to investigate how public perceive the WHO during the pandemic with a focus on the one specific function that WHO has, which is information providing. So basically, by providing the reliable information, many people think the WHO can effectively address this international public health problem. So specifically in this research project, we seek to answer the following two questions. Does public trust more in the information provided by the WHO than in other public officials, which is their domestic counterpart of the WHO? Then, under what conditions does the public perceive the information provided by the WHO as more trustworthy? So, in order to answer this question, and in order to define the causal effect of information on the public perception of the WHO, we plan to conduct a survey experiment in Asian countries. However, today we would like to share the result from our pilot study in the United States. So before presenting the result of our experiment and introducing our experimental setup, I would like to introduce the four different theoretical expectations we had. The first one is about the legitimacy of the WHO. So we expect that the WHO's authority to coordinate the lead international response confers its legitimacy. So in other words, so when information is provided by the WHO, if the people think the WHO as the legitimate international organization, legitimate international actor to address this global challenges, public health challenges, it can be considered more trustworthy than it is provided by a domestic public health authority. And the second theoretical expectation is related to the concerns of the politicization of the WHO. So we believe the perception of the WHO's impartiality or the political independence consisted an important factor shaping the public attitude toward the WHO. However, if the WHO is perceived as representing a specific country, especially the powerful country, it is less likely to be perceived as legitimate. Therefore, we can expect that the public trust in the WHO may decline. So the one recent we already observed there's this a huge criticism of the WHO, pointing out the WHO is too much lenient toward the China. So basically in this regard, we hypothesize that the more politicized the WHO is perceived to be, the less the information provides will be trusted. And the next one is related to the professional expertise of the WHO. So WHO's expertise and authority in medicine, technology, and science increase its legitimacy. So in other words, WHO does not just consist of the random the people, right? So it consists of the very professional and scientific experts in this field. So we believe the source of the WHO legitimacy may come from their professional expertise in this issue. So in this regard, we hypothesize that the more professional expertise the WHO is perceived as commanding, the more trustworthy the information it supplies will be. And so far, I just to introduce three theoretical expectations about the legitimacy of the WHO. However, at the same time, we can consider the possibility that the people had already developed firm pre-existing attitude about the COVID-19 pandemic and the WHO. So in particular, recent studies show that the partisanship can play a critical role in understanding the seriousness of the COVID-19 and the role of the WHO. So basically, the existing studies shows that the independents are often viewed as less likely to be politicized and less firm views on the many issues. So we hypothesize that the independents are more likely than either Democrat or the Republicans in the United States political context to accept the information provided by the WHO. So next, let me briefly introduce our experimental setting. So we recruited a total of 2,865 US adults in April 2022. So in their experiments, the respondents were presented with the 4 different myth-busting pieces of information about the COVID-19 that we actually copy and paste from the WHO website. So these are the 4 myth-busting information that WHO publicized in their website. Actually, they published the total the 15 the myth-busting, but most of them are really it's really the tricky. I mean, it's not tricky, but it's so the obvious. So we intentionally chose these 4, which made the people have a different opinion in the first place. The first one is about the touching a community bottle, and the second one is about the Omicron, which was prevailing in the 2022 the April when we conducted our survey, and the third one is about the vaccine. The fourth one is about the face mask. So basically, we randomly assigned over 2,000 respondents into one of these 4 experimental groups. The first one is the public official condition. So basically, we provide the exactly same myth-busting information to every single respondent. However, we randomly manipulate the source of the information, the source of the myth-busting information that we expose to the respondent. So the first one is the first group received the cue that the myth-busting information that I just showed was provided by the public official condition. The second experimental group exposed to the exactly same information, but there in the beginning they were exposed to, we mentioned that information is created, disseminated by the general WHO officials. And the third one, so in addition to the second, the fact that the information queue that we mentioned that WHO is the information provider, we also clearly hide that how professional the WHO, the officials are. And the last experimental group was exposed to the information that the myth-busting information was provided by WHO. However, there's some rumor about the politicization of the WHO recently. And then we asked how much they think that the guidelines, the myth-busting information that we show are trustworthy on a 4-point scale ranging from not at all to the very much. So here are the results. So here we basically plot the mean responses for each experimental group. As you can see from here, we do not see the clear difference in their perception about the trust in the guidelines about the myth-busting information, regardless of the information source that we randomly manipulate. At the same time, we actually try to capture the treatment effects of the general WHO condition, which basically refers to the difference in the responses in in those questions, the overall trust in the guidelines between the general WHO condition, which was our second experimental group, and the public official condition, which serve as the control group in our analysis. So at the same time, we also divide the respondents by their partnerships in the United States. And as you can see from here, interestingly, we find the negative effect of the WHO condition for the Republican. In other words, the Republicans are less likely to trust the information that provided by the WHO compared to the information provided by the public health official in the United States, which is the CDC in this context. However, those negative effects are not found for the independent and the Democrat. And we also, at the same time, estimate the treatment effects of the professional WHO condition, which was our the third experimental group. As you can see from here, that we can also see the somewhat the negative, the evidence. The not strong evidence, but it somewhat suggests that the Republican also the less likely to believe the information provided of WHO compared to their domestic counterpart. However, interestingly, we see the positive effect of the independent. In other words, according to our result, the independents are more likely to trust the information when they were informed that the information was provided by the WHO, and once they are informed about how professional they are. And at the same time, surprisingly, we see no evidence. We find no evidence that the politicized WHO condition actually makes a difference in the public trust in WHO. And then we further explore then how to explain this kind of the different the treatment effects across the partnership, the party affiliation. So basically we even before exposing the respondents to the experimental condition, we ask a bunch of the question asking their attitude toward the COVID-19 issues or the WHO. But as you can see from here, the trust in public health official, effectiveness of IO, trust in scientific expert, the worried about COVID-19, all these answers. Look at all this the figure. The red one represent the answer, the mean responses by the Republican. The black one refers to the independent, and the blue one is a Democrat. We see that there is clearly different the pre-existing attitude toward the COVID-19 issues and the effectiveness of IO. Surprisingly, however, in terms of the COVID-19 knowledge, we do not find those the strong pre-existing pattern between the partnership. Both the Republican and the Democrat, according our survey result, they are well informed about the COVID-19 issues. However, we see there we find there is clearly different treatment effect of WHO depending on the respondent partnership. So two main findings. The WHO being the source of the guidelines related to the COVID-19 makes little difference in the public health attitude toward this guideline. So what are the unexpected but inconvenient or the sort of the finding that we didn't expect, right? However, at the same time, independents in the professional WHO conditions are more likely to trust the WHO, which constitutes a very positive news. So in other words, our findings suggest that the domestic partisan cues can affect the citizens' acceptance of the WHO guidance, especially those who are independent. So in other words, in summary, we find the weak evidence that public is more likely to trust the information provided by the WHO, but this questions the legitimacy of the WHO as an information provider during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we identify the personal political predisposition, which is the partisanship specifically in this context, as an important condition that limit the effectiveness of the IO as an information provider. So next step will be the full launch in Asia, and I look forward to any question or comments on our research project. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And next, we will meet next kind of two presentations through the Zoom. So how can we see the next presenters? Okay, and our fourth presenter is Professor Sokia Young, University College London. And the title of the presentation is Authoritarianism.
Hello, can you see us? Can you see me?
Okay, the Cambodia's public policy making and COVID-19 response policies. And could you start, please?
Thank you very much. So it has been my pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for also organizing this that allow me to present my papers online here. And very unfortunate that I couldn't do it in person due to visa issue, but this is one of the interesting thing. So the panel has been quite very interesting because this has been my work has been working along with others presenters as well, like for Anya. So. Yes, so this paper has been part of the regional research that Anya from Indonesia has mentioned at the moment. There are some case study on Cambodia as well. So this is one of the piece that I've been trying to develop further by looking into not only the COVID-19 response, but also the public policy in Cambodia in general, looking into the aspect what I call inclusive and exclusive social science research and policies making process in some sort of context that we call like authoritarianism. So my argument here is referring to the context where the policy making in the country where the participation and democratization process is quite limited, and then how the policy and also how the social science and also researchers and scientists can also contribute to that to accept the policies making in process like that. Before going to further details, I just want to give a context a little bit on Cambodia. So the COVID-19 has spread to Cambodia like in early 2020, and then the government take many action in order to contribute to or restrict or prevent the spread of the virus within the country by imposing some sort of like restriction on movement as well as lockdown in two separate events. First, again in the early July in early March, and then again in April 2021, like that. So in this context, so there are many other research, including local, international NGO, research institutions, think tank, and other bilateral agency have commissioned that research to understand how the COVID-19 affect the economic and also others aspect of the country as well, and how to shape the response of the government to the policies like that. So in a country of about 16 million people, so we have a case of confirmed around 130,000, and also the death case is about 3,000. It seems to be quite low in the region, but it's also quite a very critical issue as well in the country where the death toll is quite significant compared to other cases. Not to mention that Cambodia was actually went through the genocide period that killed at least about 2 million people, but this one is still significant on that case. So Cambodia is in Southeast Asia, in a country, in a region where we call like ASEAN values or ASEAN style of leadership like that. So everyone respect to decisions making by any other country without any interference from other country as well in the regions like that. So in terms of democracy, so this is one thing that I want to mention, that because I'm looking into the context where the politics of policies making process in working. So understanding the democracy process and also democratization process in Cambodia based on the VDEM Democracy Institute data that ranking Cambodia in the context of deliberative democratic index in here in terms of participation of different other stakeholders, civic participation, their civil societies, academic, and also others activism in this context is quite low. So one, that means you have perfect deliberative democracy, and then also zero, that means you don't have anything at all. So since early 2000, since early in early election in 1993, so there was some sort of like a little bit of deliberative, but it's still very low compared to other countries in the regions like that. And then the process has been declining and declining gradually. And then by early 2016, so the significant process of declining is become dramatic because it goes lower, less than 0.25% up to just around 0.10 in the scale of 1. So this signify how the democratization as well as democratic process in Cambodia is working in the country and become lower and lower. So in this case, linking to the context where many other research have seen that the COVID-19 pandemic has actually strengthened the authoritarianism, even though Cambodia is one of the countries that considered to be a democratic, and we have elections every mandate every 4 years. So then every other party participate in the election, but there are some issue in terms of like main opposition party were not allowed to participate in election due to different other reasons. For example, the party was dissolved because they did not abide the laws or cause any instability in the country like that. So Cambodia has the leaders, our Prime Minister Hun Sen, been in power more than 40 years now. So in that context, so everything is in control. So many other scholars, as well as activists and others, researchers and also development practitioners, saying that Cambodia is electoral authoritarianism. Cambodia is what is called neoliberalism, neo-electoral, neo-authoritarianism, and other aspects, hybrid democracies, or any others, electoral engine, something like that. So we can call this in whatever way that you like, but the electoral authoritarianism tend to be the place that it's been using a lot in different other contexts. So the COVID-19 has been the key testing how the policy making process in the country where the liberal democracy is not really there, even though by our constitutions that the democracy is there on the papers like that. So COVID-19, as mentioned by the WHO director, saying that there is a solidarity between different kind of like politics and also financial and it's all scientific to fight the common enemies in that context. So research play a very integral part as part of the outbreak response. So this signifies that there is a need in terms of interdisciplinary response to different kind of like emerging disease, not only in the COVID-19, but we have observed this as one of the key important thing, and how social scientists as part of the research aspect will play a very important role as well in terms of addressing the outbreak of the COVID-19, as well as how to prevent it in the future way as well. So this paper, I'm looking into the context of how social scientists in particular contribute to COVID-19 response policies, and also other factors that also enable or even hinders the process of contribution of this researcher to research to shape the policies making process in the country as a case study. So I look into the aspect where the national commissions as well committees that respond to COVID-19, what are the composition of that, and as a brief understanding, and then also how the social scientists in this way mean not only academic but also non-academic NGOs, as well as the other social scientists that are affiliated with different other organizations is covered by this study based on the interview, as well as use different others data analysis like available on different digital platform like that. So it's not limited to the interview. So that's why this is still in work in progress, because I'm looking further, not just only respond to the COVID-19, and will understand more how the policy making process in the country are happening in the meantime. So what are those kind of social science research and also policy in Cambodia? So the directors of WHO mentioned that our goal of the COVID-19 response is to save lives and also minimize social distribution like that. So that social aspect of the COVID-19 is still there. It's not only mean that natural science and also scientists, pure scientists will play very important role in order to respond to the COVID-19 like that. So in this context, I refer to the social scientists here. Does not always mean they are academic or non-academic, but they employ the scientific approach to data collection, analysis, reporting, and also disseminating research finding to inform policies making and also decisions making process like that. So all of those people who work either they are researchers for the non-governmental organization, for the government organization, they are play a role as what they call scientific, as long as they use scientific approach in terms of data collection and also analysis like that, valid by different others research methodologies in this case. So in Cambodia, when you talk about social science researchers, scientists are those people who work in this context, for example, in NGO, research think tanks, and inter-governmental organizations, and also other bilateral agencies, and also UN agencies. They're using different methodology approach to conduct some sort of social science, social contact research like that. And it can be individual researchers, those including activists or freelance researchers that conduct different other research to inform policy making either through the academic or non-academic ways like that. And we have universities in here as a key partner who play a very important role, but due to the capacity in the country, so the public university tend to have quite low comparative capacity in regard to research, while the private university is still in a developing process like that. And we have seen the emerging contact, for example, the government research institutions that are being developed in order to curb or to address the issue that the policy making process is not aligned or based on the evidence-based and also scientific-based research like that. So the government has been trying to establish this kind of institution to inform the policy making. The rest we have seen like international and regional research think tanks that have been playing a very important role in the country as well, given their credibilities and also reputation in terms of informing policies making process in the country as well as in the region that affect how policies making process in Cambodia should be working. In the COVID-19 response, so one of my respondents, interlocutors saying that there is no systematic response. It is a military response where there is for example, we fired, and the government response is inconsistent and ineffective, and there are many national guidelines, but the interpretation of the guideline is difficult to understand in this process. So here we have the National Committee to respond to COVID-19. As you can see from here, one of the key important things here that's led by the Prime Minister and also other military within the national committees like that. So we have the interministerial committee out there fighting for COVID-19, but again, it's led by military because this is one of the key security issues in the country. Not only is about the response of the different other sectoral ministry to address the COVID-19 like that. So there are other committees, for example, the Committee on Research and also Study on Medicines and also Equipment again, the COVID-19 again, but this is based on the Ministry of Health as well as other research. So the inclusion of the social scientists and also social and research within the context is not obvious in this context as well. So the rest we have seen other military style of leadership as well as management like provincial and also municipalities to respond to COVID-19 that using police force in order to curb different other contact where the expression of other opinion to support the policy making process were not quite easy as it is in a democratic country like Cambodia as well. Based on the different others interview that I wouldn't go detail very much, but I developed this kind of model that are also addressed by our college at the moment in Indonesia that mentioned what we call institutional and also extra institutional channels that allow to apply social science research to inform policy making process in this. So in a country where the politics is quite ambiguous, where we do not know which government or which body, which entity will sit in terms of policies making process. So in the meantime, you have many other research institutions as well as academic research think tank, NGO, and also the government research institutions and UN as well as bilateral agency want to influence policies making process to claim the space that their funding as well as their research have at least saved the policies making and policy and decisions making towards their success. But to do that, they have to go through different channels. In this context, I observe based on the research saying that the government research institution as well as the United Nations, even though other bilateral and multilateral agency will go what we call like the institutional channel. This institutional channel is one of the considerations saying that is the legitimacy linking to the process because you are not doing research in a line or in collaboration with the government, and the government will give you a blessing saying that you can also support us in terms of inform this and that policies making process. But in the meantime, for those who consider themselves as critical researchers and want to influence policy as well, that they have to go through what I call here the extra institutional channel. So this extra institutional channel is to some extent is formal as well as plus formal process that the academic as well as other research think tank NGO need to navigate themselves by using the aspect what I call clientelism that I will explain later on. So this kind of clientelism will linking you to different other policies or makers and also decisions makers. That, for example, if you want to do research in Cambodia to set policy making process in Cambodia, you need to understand do you have any connection with the government that we can say that this research has impact on the decision and also other policies making process? So that is one of the key questions that you ask in Cambodia when you want to do research to inform policies making. So this is one of the key challenging issue that we do not know how to situate this, but people tend to use these two important channels to influence and also to interact with the policies making process. So again, this is policy making process is quite ambiguous, and then the and that how the process of informing the committee to respond policies to respond to the COVID-19 is the key thing that do not get a lot of information from different other research like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
I call this kind of like a policy making process based on what I call clientelism policies making process. So the clientelism policies making process is the research process that navigates through different kind of formal, informal, but need some sort of like relationship with the government as part of your lobbying process to ensure that your policy research based and also evidence-based research informed through a channel that allow you to mainstream the ideas and also concept into the policies making and also in other planning as well. So Cambodia has been rating one of the country actually that operate anything based on clientelism approach, saying that you can't do anything if you don't have connection with somebody, especially the brokers and also the middlemen and also others policy making middlemen that play very important in terms of gatekeeper that allow you to bring your message to the superior as well as decisions making like that. So our author scale 1 to 0. So 1 is a full clientelism and 0 is very non-clientelism. And here you can see that Cambodia is situated about 75% in general that we have the country are developing. As you can see here from the period where the COVID-19 was spreading in the country, the clientelism is increasing significantly from early 20 to 2021, and it declined relatively when the thing have changed in terms of COVID-19 into early 2022, something like that. So this is signifying that clientelism is the thing that you need to consider when working in countries like that. So I call this like a policy making clientelism process in a country. So what does it mean by this context of clientelism policy making process? For example, if you are researchers and you want to inform policies making process, you need to identify which channels, as I mentioned before, even though it's from an institutional channel. But within that, you need to understand the brokers. These brokers can be those who work at the ministerial level, those who have connection with the ministry, ministers, and also with the other cabinet of the minister, as well as with the national decisions making policies like that, to allow you to mainstream or at least do presentation about your research and finding to inform policies making process. Without this broker, you can bring your research that create impact on the policies and also decisions making. But there are many other ways that they call you a broker. For example, in a context where media outlet is also play important role in the country as well. So I would say that this is one of the key interesting that you can play in terms of policies making process. In conclusion, as I mentioned before, so this is like electoral authoritarianism, clientelism, and political process of policy making. It can be inclusion, exclusion, and also the critical research, as mentioned before, can undermine the authoritarian capacity as well as legitimacy. So there are co-optation between social scientists and also other political social scientists in here in terms of their research methodology as well as to influence policies making. Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our last presenter is the Finnish Chanda Langsi from the Social Human Sciences UNESCO. Could you start, please?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
The title of the presentation is the continuation, disruption,
right,
and
please let me know when I can start.
The role of the social and human sciences times of the transformation in Southeast Asia. Okay, could you start, please?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon again. And it's my pleasure to be with you in this panel. And let me start immediately as I have already thanked all the organizers and partners this morning in the opening, I would like to entertain the audience around the notion of continuation, disruptions, and deconstruction or construction in Southeast Asia, using the social and human sciences as a particularly unique tool for us to move forward. I would argue that in the ASEAN region recently, the countries are facing what I would say a really critical time in history, because they have experienced more than 30 years, 3 decades of economic expansion, accelerated development process, and 30 years down the line, I think we are all witnessing existential limitations that we have to address. And therefore, I would even argue that countries in this region are faced with what I would say the Kantian, from Kant, Immanuel Kant, the Kantian questionings. What can we know? What must we do? And what might we hope for? I would present 3 or 4 key challenges that, from the perspective of UNESCO, we see them as really, really urgent to address in this particular region. And then I will propose for your consideration 3 areas where UNESCO thinks that, from the social human sciences perspective, we can really partner and help the member states addressing these existential questions that I've mentioned earlier. Let me start with the 4 key areas of challenges. Let me start with the 2 elements that I see as a continuation. The first one is inequalities, vulnerabilities, and exclusion. We all know that in Southeast Asia, countries here in this region are expected to form the 4th largest economy by 2030, which means that the financial and economic expansion and growth will continue for the next couple of years. But we also know that the countries in the region are ones of the most unequal countries or societies in the world. If you take, for instance, Thailand, just as an example, in Thailand, 58% of the nation's wealth belongs to the 1% richest people in the population. This is creating a lot, of course, of problem when it comes to redistribution of the national wealth and income, to make sure that everybody is included. Therefore, and especially the COVID-19 disruptions for the couple of years back, we have experienced a lot of exacerbated discrimination and exclusion. And nobody can deny today in ASEAN's community that the countries are facing a very, very important moment where they have to rebuild the social fabrics after so many years of neglect, because we have been excited about the capitalistic model of development and growth. So I would say that in terms of continuation, we still see acute inequalities, exclusion, and marginalization of the most vulnerable. So this is the first pattern and challenge that all of us know, but of course, the next question I will pose is how we can address this all together as social human sciences practitioners in the region. The second pattern or challenge that I see as a continuation is what I would propose to coin as the nationalism narrative versus globalization or universality and diversity. We know that the ASEAN setup historically has grown out from the Cold War period. And many speakers this morning and this afternoon have also talked about that kind of Cold War narratives of antagonism between the great powers. And of course, the ASEAN, as we speak today, we see the countries still nurturing or continuing that kind of narrative of antagonizing what has been viewed as national identities, Asian value systems versus the universalistic narratives, including around the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So the human rights narrative and matrix is often identified and rejected as being external and alien to the Asian value systems that ASEAN community is willing to protect. And therefore, there is a very clear and obvious competition between the universalistic and the nationalistic narratives, especially that within the ASEAN community itself, there are antagonistic regimes, countries, because of the history of Cold War. I would like, in this particular instance, to quote one example. In 2021, UNESCO conducted a study to really assess how the national curriculum in Asia is addressing the notion of peace, sustainable development, and coexistence, peaceful coexistence in the national educational materials. And I'm quoting the finding. The finding is that the majority of curricula and educational materials is still perpetuating the narrative around what is called an ethno-essentialism and a narrative of ever-present foreign threats. This is a very, very paradigmatic example of how nationalism and nationalistic approach or narratives has been nurtured precisely in this particular case through curriculum. And of course, for UNESCO, this is a source of concern when the world is, and UNESCO is, promoting the concept of global citizenship education. And of course, this particular nationalistic approach and narrative goes hand in hand with the ethnic and, the patriarchal norms, patriarchal social norms that are still prevailing in many countries of the region. Let me now move to the two elements that I see as being disruptions on top of these two elements of continuation that I've described. The first element of disruption is the environmental degradation. We've heard from the professor from the Philippines this morning that environmental degradation is a very, very big issue in Southeast Asia, but also in Asia in general, I would say, which is hindering the quality of life of citizens and the people. We also know that the region is facing now what is called, in a very sophisticated manner, triple planetary crisis that is comprising of climate change, biodiversity loss, and also pollution challenges. Coupled with this, we know that in Southeast Asia, especially in low-income economies, the impact of the mining industry is really severe and profound in terms of population displacement, in terms of the rise of corruption in the governance system, in land eviction problem, for instance. And therefore, when we talk about environmental degradation, it is really a disruption in scale because of the investment and the scale of investments these recent years in the mining industries, viewed as a promising source of income for many countries. So I think we have to be really careful in addressing this particular issue, which is not only about environment and ecology, but or industries, but actually it is about political economy. Second disruptive element is about the new technologies and the use of new technologies, including AI, artificial intelligence, in this particular region. And we know that Southeast Asia is one of the most profoundly penetrated region by internet. The rate of penetration of internet is 70%, and 61% of all of the ASEAN are under the age of 35 years old, embracing the new technologies. And we are all experiencing in the region, in particular with regard to AI, a very positivistic approach to it. You know, excitement about creating startups using AI, but neglecting all the social and ethical impacts that could potentially affect the societies at large, but including also the issues of cognitive addiction of our young people, intergenerational gaps in the use of new technologies, and also social surveillance. Let me end up now, after these four areas of challenges that we've seen and we've identified, three elements that UNESCO would like to propose as a way forward for us social human scientists to work together. The first one, and I would not insist that much, is about research policy linkage. I think every one of the speakers this morning and this afternoon have highlighted the importance of what we call a structured research policy dialogue. We need to structure that particular dialogue for it to be meaningful, for it to be useful for the two parties. And I think all of you have reflected on that one, and UNESCO has a global program designed for this purpose, which is called the MOSE program, Management of Social Transformation. The second element I want to also highlight is more original, and that pertains to the philosophy for children. At UNESCO, we have promoted over the past decades, or even 2 decades now, the practice of philosophy with children from the age of 5, meaning from the primary school, to really cultivate that ability to question, to address the complex issues and concepts from a reflective point of view. And literature and materials are very rich, and we have existing network now in Southeast Asia, including the Philosophy with Children and Youth Network for Asia Pacific, that UNESCO would want to engage with to really promote and showcase how philosophy as a human science can really transform the way we learn and the way we teach our young generation to live in an ever complex world moving ahead. So this is a very, very important agenda that we want to advance in articulation with a very important global agenda, which is called Transforming Education for the 21st Century. And we believe that cultivating that ability, that culture of inquiry in the very young minds will help prepare our next generations. The last element, and I conclude here, is really to advance the ethics of new technologies and of science. It is extremely important to really make sure that we embrace as social scientists and we advise policies in terms of being aware of the ethical dimensions of artificial intelligence, but also of any new technologies, including biomedical technologies that would allow us to transform our genetic heritage, for instance. So therefore, UNESCO has adopted 2 years ago the global recommendation on ethics of AI, and we are really excited and eager to partner with all of the social scientists and human sciences experts really to advance this normative framework that will be very, very important for the region moving ahead. Let me stop here and conclude by saying that we do believe that social human sciences can really help us deconstruct the different patterns and trends before we could allow the next generation to construct new narratives and new models of development. With that, I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And this session actually analyzed and presented the issue of the social sciences and development, focusing on mostly on the impact outcome of the COVID-19, the pandemic. Now it's time to move on to the Q&A, and if you have questions or comments about our presenters, please raise your hands and then identify yourself. No questions? Okay, it means that our presentation was very perfect. So, okay, so it's good to actually wrap up the this session, and thank you very much for your participation, and then also the listening our work. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, dear participants, for your wonderful discussion and the session contents. The session 3 has officially ended. So our conference today, half of the entire conference is finished. So our next schedule is a dinner. Dinner will be starting at 6 sharply. So we have approximately 1 and 25 minutes. So my announcement is that at 5:20, we are going to get together in front of this room, and we are going to leave here at 5:20 toward Allen Hall, which the dinner will be hosted by Yonsei University. So 5:20, so enjoy your time, enjoy the beautiful campus at Yonsei University, and please come back by 5:20 when we are going to leave to Allen Hall. Thank you.